begin the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. And the first order of business is roll call, please.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Present.
Kevin Paukey,
Good morning.
Malia Cohen, David Miller,
Here.
Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Yvonne Walker,
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Thank you. And before we go into closed session, I believe Don Moles has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind stakeholders in the room that immediately upon adjournment of closed session, we will be convening in room 1140 to provide the stakeholder update that we do annually. So we're slated to run about an hour and a half here. I think hour and a half to 2 hours is probably more realistic. So we will be convening there sometime between 10 and 10:30, but upon adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Moles. After an announcement, we will now recess into closed sessions for items 1 through 4 from the closed session agenda. We'll reconvene in open session after the Risk and Audit Committee. Thank you, everybody.
All right, I will call to order the Risk and Audit Committee meeting today, June 17th, 2025. Could we have the call to order and roll call, please?
Deborah Gallegos for Malia Cohen.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava.
Here.
Melissa Willette.
Great, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to item 2, Executive Report. Mr. Kevin Fine.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Kevin Fine, CalPERS team member and Chief Compliance Officer. Today, you will be asked to approve the Enterprise Compliance Risk and Governance Annual Plan for fiscal year 2025-26, also the Office of Audit Services Plan for fiscal year 2025-26, and the Independent Auditor's Annual Plan for fiscal year 2025-26. I will also be presenting the 2024-25 Annual Compliance Report. I'd also like to provide an update regarding the RFP for the next contract period for independent auditor. CalPERS issued the RFP on May 20th, 2025. We have received 86 clarifying questions from potential respondents, and CalPERS staff is in the process of drafting answers to those. Responses to written questions will be posted to the public on June 20th, 2025. The final filing date for all respondents is July 7th, 2025 by 3 p.m. After the submission deadline is passed, the subcommittee of the RAC will evaluate the proposals that pass minimum qualifications. The RSC subcommittee will then present the recommended candidate firm to the Board of Administration in September or November 2025 for approval. The next Risk and Audit Committee is scheduled for September 2025. This concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, terrific. We will move on then to item 3, action consent items. Thank you. Second, Ms. Pacheco. Second, Mr. Ruffino. Can we do a roll call vote or general? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, the motion passes. Thank you so much. All right, yes.
Dr. Willis is now online.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Dr. Willis. I'm going to read some language. The chair for each open session, good morning. Good morning, board members. Because we are not all present in the same room and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public, Bagley-Keene requires the remote board members to make certain disclosures about any persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest either that 1, they are alone, or 2, if there are 1 or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, the nature of the board member's relationship to each person. At this time, I will ask the remote board member, Ms. Willis, to verbally attest accordingly. Please conduct the roll call attestation.
Yes, good morning. I do attest to the fact that I am alone.
Great, thank you, Dr. Willis. Okay, we can move on now to item 4, information consent items. Any discussion? Okay, we will proceed then to item 5, the action agenda items. 5A, Mr. Kevin Fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning again, committee members. Today I'm presenting for your review and approval agenda item 5A, the fiscal year 2025-26 Enterprise Compliance Risk and Governance Office Annual Plan. I will highlight for you the areas that we intend to focus on in the coming fiscal year as we continue to further mature the compliance and risk program and work through enhancements outlined in the multi-year plan previously discussed. Next slide. Our goal remains consistent with prior years to mature and strengthen our means for identifying, managing, and mitigating compliance and ethics risks across the organization with a focus on people, processes, and technology. With regards to people, we have made great strides in partnership with HR in building out our team, but we have a little bit more to do, so we will continue to look for individuals with the right skill sets to move our program in the direction needed. As to our processes, we continue to identify and monitor key employee activities and expand our risk assessment and assurance and monitoring undertakings. Finally, in technology, we are continuing in our efforts to further expand the use of our electronic governance, risk, and compliance platform with the implementation of additional risk management tools. Next slide. On slide 3, we have an updated roadmap outlining our strategic focus over this past fiscal year and heading into the coming fiscal year. As we work to expand and mature our compliance and risk management program and use technology to make those processes more effective and efficient, we will also focus on providing education on the roles and responsibilities across the 3 lines of defense and further fostering a culture in which everyone understands their part in staying compliant and managing risk. This will be key to the ongoing success of the program. Next slide. Moving to slide 4, here we have the first 2 specific initiatives. Again, these are multi-year initiatives, so they are continuous as we build out our program. In the coming fiscal year, we will expand our use of the GRC platform with the implementation of the risk management module known as Know Your Obligations. Under Initiative 2, in addition to continuing work to roll out the Risk and Control Self-Assessment Program across CalPERS divisions, we are also focused on formalizing our process for identifying new or amended regulations impacting CalPERS and working with the relevant business areas to identify the need for new or updated processes to help ensure we remain compliant with those regulations. These processes go hand in hand as we build out our regulatory library. We can more easily identify those business areas and processes affected by a given regulation change and therefore have insight into where and how business processes may need to be updated and any impact to risk as a result. On the next slide, we have Initiative 3, which is focused on minimizing risk by enhancing our assurance and monitoring activities, including issues management. We have already begun efforts to enhance our incidents and issues management process with formalized guidance, trackers, and reporting tools, and have piloted the program as a natural progression from the risk and control self-assessment results. Finally, we move to slide 6, which demonstrates our commitment to further supporting compliance and risk management across CalPERS by providing greater compliance and risk training across the organization and seeking to provide heightened compliance and risk advice, guidance, and challenge aligned with the specific needs of each division. That brings me to the end of our review of the compliance and risk initiatives for fiscal 2025-26, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, are there any questions? All right, I see Frank Ruffino.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fine. I got a couple quick questions. First of all, any specific, what specific lessons or gaps perhaps from the fiscal year 2024-2025 plan were addressed or carried forward into this year's plan?
So the overall 3 approaches to people, process, and technology stays consistent over this multi-year plan. As you saw, and I'll speak to that in the when I present the annual compliance report for the fiscal year now ending, we've implemented new pieces of the electronic process. We've built out the assessment process for risk and control, although we've just begun with a few divisions. We've finished 1 full branch by the end of this month, and then we'll be moving on to several others in the new fiscal year. So there is a lot of continuation where new pieces of the process are built, tested, deployed, and then we move on and add additional. In the main, this is all parts of processes that have existed, but what we're doing is modernizing, trying to make them more efficient, use technology and automation, because most of this has been very paper and very manual intensive, which in and of itself is a risk to not be as comprehensive a process. So that's what we're doing, is taking what we have and building on that, maturing the program, and bringing it up to what would be recognized as best practices, for example, in the private sector industries.
And to follow up real quick on your last comment about best practices, can you describe how the industry standards, which are referenced in the plan, is defined or benchmarked for a public pension system like CalPERS?
There are a number of sources to review that. For example, myself and my team engage with other compliance and risk specialists from pension services, not only throughout California, but across the country. I would say that by the nature of CalPERS being the size it is, with the history that it has, there aren't a lot of analogs for us because most of the systems we talk to are quite a bit smaller. And certainly are struggling with the same issues we have, but having a more difficult time applying technology and skilled resources to solving those issues. So I tend to fall back, and I still have a number of folks I talk to in the private sector, and looking at what those standards were to meet the regulation and regulators' expectations. But we certainly, we just recently, I think a month and a half ago, I was engaged with CalPERS for their compliance and risk folks in a roundtable discussion. And we try to take as much advantage of those types of opportunities as we can.
Excellent. Well, thank you, sir. And that's it from me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Can you hear me? No, okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to ask you a question about initiative number 4, educating and cultivating the ethical and risk intelligent practices among CalPERS team members. How has that been? How are the team members, CalPERS team members, feel about what's all these with respect to these practices?
I would say engagement has been very good and has only increased over the last couple of years. We talk about some of the pieces of the program that we've already rolled out. For example, the gift reporting module. It has generated a lot more conversations. People are paying attention to the requirements and where they play off against the activities they're conducting. They're much more willing to come proactively to us and ask for advice, engage us on, is this okay? How can we do this? We've seen that also in outside business activities, as well as some of the regular activities we go through every year, the team leader review of Form 700. The engagement is just, the more we talk about it, the more people are beginning to put the pieces together and understand how these things impact their day-to-day functions. We're seeing a really good uptick. We also continue to focus on education, not only with our onboarding training, but we do a refresher for anybody who is promoted into a new role and still is a covered or Form 700 filer. And again, it just seems the uptake is continuously positive. Our survey, which I think we discussed in February, I think indicates that things are definitely moving in the right area. Job is not done, nor will it ever be, but I've been pretty pleased with the arc over the last couple of years.
You would feel like basically the members, CalPERS members, have been more proactive in terms of being more engaging with the compliance office and so forth.
Right, which has always been my goal. In my career, the three things that this type of activity needs to support is guidance, advice, and oversight. And the oversight's just the third. The biggest chunk of what we do is helping folks avoid pitfalls, understand where the issues are, understand what they can do to make changes, whether that's a business line changing its controls to reduce risk, whether it's redeploying resources. That's my goal, is to be seen as a trusted advisor who can help folks navigate and still accomplish their business goals.
Excellent. Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Questions? No, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good morning to you and welcome.
Good morning.
Before we move any further, Belize, with your presentation, there's an action item. And there's been a motion by Jose Luis Is there a second? A second by Mr. David Miller. Can we do a roll call vote, or can we do that by acclamation? By acclamation, okay.
Gail's online? Oh, no.
All right, let the record reflect that member Gail is not on, oh, she is online. Dr. Gail Willis is online. Okay, great. Thank you. So all those in favor, say aye. All right, opposed? All right, seeing none, the ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. All right, Ms. Chapuis, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Belize Chapuis, Office of Audit Services. Agenda item 6B, correct? Yes, 6B. 5B, sorry. 5B is an action item. Staff requests the Risk and Audit Committee to approve the Office of Audit Services proposed audit plan for the fiscal year 25-26. As required by the internal auditing standards, the Office of Audit Services prepared a risk-based audit plan to determine the priorities of the internal audit activity for the next fiscal year. In conducting the risk assessment, the Office of Audit Services, as the third line of defense, coordinated its efforts with the second line of defense, the Enterprise Compliance Risk and Governance. We interviewed CalPERS executive and senior management teams and sought input from the board members through surveys. In identifying the internal audit assignments and activities, staff evaluated multiple risk factors such as the organization's strategic goals, concerns raised by CalPERS management and the board, information from prior audits, coverage provided by other assurance functions. For the employer compliance reviews, the Office of Audit Services plans to complete 4 review cycles, covering 1 compliance area per cycle. Using data analytics, staff will identify agencies for review for each cycle. As required by the internal auditing standards, we'll remain responsive to the changes in the organization's operations, programs, and we will review and update the audit plan as necessary. Any modification to the audit plan will be communicated to the committee through the quarterly status reports. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions? I see no names. Okay. I see one name.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair Collins. I have one question, Ms. Perdiz. With respect to on the report on the Human Resource Division, the reasonable accommodations, they evaluate the effectiveness of controls over the reasonable accommodation process. Are you working with HR in terms of the engagement process on engaging with HR? Or I'm just trying to understand that statement.
So that's the scope of our assignment. What we do is there's 2 levels of risk assessment that we perform. The one is to identify the assignments that we put on the audit plan. And then when we engage with the human resources for that assignment, or the respective division, we perform another level of risk assessment we refer to as the assignment level risk assessment, to then further refine where we would like to review and audit and test the operations or the process of that
Oh, I see. So,
area.
So you look at more additional documentation to...
We will refine what it is that we will be testing related to the reasonable accommodation when we start the engagement.
I see now. Now I understand the process then. And that's usually that's usually the process that
Yes.
we do every year. Okay.
With every audit assignment, correct.
Very good then. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you, ma'am.
good. Thank you. I have a question for you. How does this year's plan differ from last year or the previous years?
It all depends on the risk assessment that we complete every year. We just, as I stated earlier, we interview the executive team members and then the senior leadership members, and then reach out to the board members to get an update on what are the risks every year that we're dealing with, that we're facing, that the executive team is facing, dealing with, the organization collectively is facing. So that process stays the same. The risks may vary from year to year, and based on the outcome of those meetings and our prior knowledge of the assignments that we completed, we just basically rate the assignments, and then the ones that trickle up to the surface are then carried on to the audit plan that we present to the Risk and Audit Committee.
Have there been some themes that you've seen that have been consistent in previous assessments of not only the executive staff, but also of trustees that have themes, what I'm saying, themes of risks that need attention? No?
No.
Every year or every plan has a unique set of risks.
It really depends on that year, the circumstances, external and internal. Like I said, whatever the organization or the executive team members are facing, and that's why we like to get different levels of perspectives, starting with the board members. That's why we reach out with the surveys to say, okay, your vantage point is different than the executive teams, and then the operations. So it just trickles down from there on.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, and this is an action item. Is there a motion? Okay, a motion made by Jose Luis and a second by Frank Ruffino. Motion made by Jose Luis, a second by Frank Ruffino. I believe we can take that without objection. Is that correct, colleagues? By acclamation? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, great. Thank you. That motion passes
Thank you.
unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next item, Independent Auditor's Annual Plan. Excuse me?
Public comment?
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam, before we continue, I'm going to go ahead and take public comment.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Margaret Brown, representing the Retired Public Employees Association of California. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the RAC, and Ms. Chapui. Good to see you. I'm looking at the office, the audit services audit plan, and it looks good to me. I just want to make sure that when these audits are complete, that they're available to the public. All the audits you do of the employers are laid bare for everyone to see, and I think CalPERS should have the same transparency of theirs, unless there's some security risk. Other than that, I think the audit should be made available to the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Chapui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Belize Chapui again, Office of Audit Services. Agenda item 5C is an action item. Staff requests the Risk and Audit Committee to approve the board's independent auditor, BDO's audit plan to audit CalPERS financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. The presentation will allow the Risk and Audit Committee to hear from the independent auditor regarding their approach, objectives, scope, and deliverables for the financial statement audit. BDO staff are here presenting with me today, and I would like to turn it over to them.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for having us here. For the record, Billy Kim, BDO Principal. I'm joined here with colleagues Deepika Negan, BDO Director, as well as Keith Miller, BDO Principal. We'll walk you through the highlights of our audit plan presentation today, and we'll focus on specific items for your attention. If we can go to slide 5, please. Thank you. The scope of our services includes performing a financial statement audit of CalPERS financial statements. Also includes performing audits over the GASB 68 and 75 employer allocation schedules as well. And then lastly, also, it does include issuing a report over the census data related to the California Agent Multiple Employer Defined Benefit Pension Plan. Also, as part of our audit of CalPERS, we'll report to you the results of our work as well as other required auditor communications and internal control recommendations that we have in the November meeting. Next slide, please. This slide is highlighting responsibilities, including BDO's responsibility, which is to perform our audit in accordance with government auditing standards. And as a reminder, for management, is ultimately responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements of CalPERS. At the same time, you, as Risk and Audit Committee, is responsible with the oversight of management over their financial statement process, as well as the related internal controls. Also, as part of our audit, we are required under our professional standards to be independent of our clients, and specifically for CalPERS, I want to confirm with you today that we are independent of CalPERS. Next slide, please. This slide and the next few slides provides an overview of our audit strategy, which is driven by a risk assessment process that we end up executing upon. And as part of that planning process, what that actually entails is we assess risks of material misstatement on the financial statements and then design specific audit procedures to respond to those risks. We'll be walking you through that process and then also sharing with you the results of it. One of the things to keep in mind is that our risk assessment process is an iterative process, meaning we continuously update our risk assessment as we are performing the audit. So for instance, in the execution phase of our audit, if we identify any new information about a certain area, we will then assess whether that should change our risk and whether then that entails additional audit procedures to be performed. If any of those type of changes do occur, especially if it is significant, we will communicate that to you and share that with you during the November meeting. Next slide, please. The process of identifying and performing our risk assessment takes into account many considerations. This slide lays out a lot of these different factors, but not limited to reviewing prior audit results, any recent developments, inherent risk considerations, significant accounting policies, assessing the control environment, which includes the information systems. Also, as part of our risk assessment process, we do hold meetings with management across the organization, and that is to inquire them of any updates, anything that potentially could impact the financial statements for the year, and anything that could impact the related internal controls. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, this slide here is basically giving us a summary of what the significant risks that we've identified that we'll be focusing on for this year's audit. Now, these three areas specifically related to significant risk, just to make sure I define it here, the risks that have both a higher likelihood of occurrence and then also a higher magnitude of effect. And therefore, it requires more of our audit attention. So that does include 1, management override of internal controls over financial reporting, 2, valuation of investments, and then 3, valuation of estimated future policy liability. And we'll actually be going through this in a little bit more detail in the next few slides. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, the first risk is risk of management override of internal controls over financial reporting. And so this is an area that we focus on as a significant risk on all of our audits that we do. For CalPERS, our plan is to first understand of any internal controls, updates specifically over the financial reporting process, including over the process for journal entries. 2, we also perform fraud inquiries across the organization, not just limited to executive management, but also to others as well. 3rd, we'll also examine tip line activity. And then 4th, we also perform risk-based journal entry testing. So what we end up doing there is we set specific criterias that we believe should be looked at from a fraud risk perspective, and then we identify the specific journal entries that meet those criterias, and then we end up testing all of them. So then the result of that is to assess whether there are proper journal entries, properly approved, and then also whether there's any indication of fraud. Lastly, we also incorporate elements of unpredictability into our audit, and that could include expanding sample sizes to various different tests, also performing any additional validation procedures in different areas. With that said, I'll pass it off to Keith, who will walk us through valuation of investments.
Thank you, Billy. For investments, our primary audit risk concerns are twofold. Firstly, ownership and existence, i.e. whether CalPERS actually owns the investments that are shown in its financial statements. And secondly, valuation. So whether the investments are fairly presented at fair value in accordance with GAAP. The CalPERS investment portfolio is broadly broken into two buckets. Firstly, the marketable public securities, and secondly, the private commingled fund investments, which comprise private equity and real estate interests. As part of our audit work on ownership and existence, we send confirmations to the custodians of securities and the underlying fund operators of the commingled fund investments, and we reconcile these to the CalPERS accounting records and financial statements. In terms of valuation audit work, for the public securities, we can access observable, publicly traded, last traded prices on the relevant exchange or market, and we can compare those to the valuation marks used by CalPERS. For the private commingled fund investments, most of these are typically valued at fair value at the ending capital balance reported by the underlying fund, or NAV as it's also called. And so we ensure that this ties to the valuation marks that CalPERS is using. We also examine the audited financial statements that are prepared for these commingled fund investments. Because many of the private equity investee funds have a calendar year end, as of which they are audited, while CalPERS has a June 30 year end, a portion of our work will be devoted to auditing this time gap between the audited 12/31 year end and CalPERS' own 6/30 year end. And this is something that is, we'll pay particular close attention to this year as the markets are more volatile and forces affecting valuation of investments, for example, tariffs, which we'll consider as part of that lag testing work. And finally, we will also address and test during our audit fieldwork areas including realized gains, investee fund capital calls and distributions, and dividend and interest income received from investments. And we test and corroborate the investment information that is presented in the investment section of the financial statements and disclosures.
Okay, next I will cover another significant risk, and that's the long-term care liability for future policy benefits, and this is related to the long-term care fund. This is essentially an estimate of the present value of the costs the long-term care fund will pay out in benefits to policyholders. Our actuarial specialist will assist us in reviewing the actuarial valuation report, including review of management's estimation methodology and any key assumptions used. We will also perform testing over the assumptions used within the related roll forward, as well as obtain comfort over the completeness and accuracy of the underlying census population. Next slide. Okay. This slide represents other areas we focus on as part of our audit, typically due to materiality of the balance or complexity and judgment involved in the accounting. For the other areas that we focus on, we start by understanding how the internal controls and systems work, especially those that impact financial reporting. We then perform substantive testing using a combination of detailed testing of samples or analytical procedures.
Where actuarial estimates are involved, we engage our in-house actuarial team to perform a review of the actuarial methodology. In addition, we perform testing over the completeness and accuracy of any data input. Next slide. Next slide. This slide shows our audit timeline and key milestones. Throughout the year, we meet regularly with management to update them on our progress, get their feedback, and lastly, to discuss any changes in the organization that might affect our audit. If anything significant comes up, we adjust our risk assessment as needed. Currently, we're finishing up our audit planning and interim testing. There are no issues to report at this time. We'll share the final results of our audit with you prior to issuance of the financial statements in mid-November. Next slide, please. One more. Okay. This slide here contains information regarding BDO's quality management process. And to remind you that we are subject to quality management standards as well. And we strive to ensure that we adhere to these standards. Now I'll pass it back to Billy.
That concludes our presentation, and we're open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kim and team. I appreciate your presentation. We've got some questions for you. Jose Luis Pacheco, you're up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So let me just get to my question right now. So I want to get back to slide number, it is the page 13 of 20, is the valuation of the investments. And I just wanted to ask a question regarding the calendar year. You were mentioning the differences between our calendar year, fiscal year, which is June 30th, and the calendar years with respect to the investment funds themselves and the challenge associated. How do you foresee that in the next couple of months? Because it's going to be ending, we're going to be finishing up the audit in November. Do you feel this will be a challenge, or are you able to have all the resources available to complete that process?
Yeah, this is something that we do every year. It's a consideration because the private equity vehicles in particular have a 12/31 year end, so you've got a 6-month lag. And so they are effectively providing Q2 marks in their world, which we, for us, is year end, and it's unaudited. So we lean on our internal audit valuation group who have a wealth of data about private equity and asset management from publicly traded shops that operate such vehicles, and also other data by industry, for example, within private equity. And so part of our audit every year is to ensure that those Q2 unaudited marks are reasonable. And we scrutinize that at a individual fund and at a industry level. And that's all the same as last year. I think this year we will see whether there are any further market shocks that might impact the nature of those valuations. But we are planning to. I mean, we always scrutinize it, carefully. But this year, in particular, there'll be an even stronger emphasis on making sure that the marks and the first 6-month performance of those private equity vehicles makes sense, and it's both consistent with the macro data that we can obtain, and also at an individual fund level, investee fund level, that those marks make sense. It's not a new step for us, but certainly I think it deserves a strong focus this year, just because the markets are more volatile than they normally would be.
And just to follow up on that question, you mentioned that these particular Q2s are unaudited. How would you be able to account for that? Because of their books are unaudited and we're doing the audit, how would you be able to account for that? I feel that's a challenge. Is that going to be a challenge? Or?
Well, valuation is the subjective part. The debits and credits are easy. They call it the practical expedient, and so what you're effectively doing is marking the investment at the Q2 capital balance of CalPERS investment in this private equity vehicle that it's invested in. So the challenge is that valuation is somewhat subjective, and therefore the increase or decrease in the value of those investments since its last audit, which would be 12/31, does that change in valuation make sense? Is it consistent with the observable data that we can obtain, and then also considering the nature of the individual investments and knowing the industries that they may focus on to make sure that the change in that valuation is reasonable, and that we can understand and obtain information and explanations that make us comfortable that valuation makes sense. And that's something that you're also going from one year to the next. So we look back to the prior audit so that we can assess the movement over a longer than an annual period, because obviously we've got that data behind us that's already happened to use to understand whether there are aggressive valuations, whether they overshoot, undershoot. So we can look at that data that we know is historical to compare against our own analysis and the marks that the CalPERS is using.
Very good then. Thank you very much for that elegant articulation of that process. I know it's very complicated, but it is extremely important to make sure that we identify the right NAV. Is that NAV?
Correct.
Value. Thank you so much.
Sure, you're welcome.
All right, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Pacheco. I would agree that BDO, the team has put together a really tight plan, very narrow and easy to understand. I don't have any other questions. I see no other questions with my colleagues. Thank you. Now, this is an action item plan. Let's see if there's anyone public comment that'd like to speak on this item. All right, seeing none. Colleagues, is there a motion to accept the... All right, a motion's been made by Trustee Jose Luis Pacheco. Is there a second? Second. All right, second by Vice Chair David Miller. Colleagues, I think we could take this by acclamation. With all those in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to move on to the information agenda items. This is item 6A, the annual compliance report. Welcome back, Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again, committee.
Would you mind pulling the mic?
Sorry. This is the presentation of the current fiscal year end 2024-25 annual compliance report. Pardon me. Purpose of the annual compliance report is to demonstrate effective risk management and oversight by both ECRG and the first line of defense business partners across the organization, and to provide the board with a collective view of risk management activities and allow for effective board oversight. CalPERS continues to employ the three lines of defense model to implement compliance, risk, and governance practices, which emphasizes collaboration and accountability through clearly defined roles and responsibilities. Pardon me. I think we've completed a very positive year with a lot of great progress. If you've already read the report, hopefully you agree. I would like to highlight some key accomplishments on our main categories, not just for the Enterprise Compliance, Governance, and Risk Group, but also our partners in the first line across the organization. As it relates to conflict of interest oversight, ECRG successfully completed a full year of the gift and entertainment attestations using the GRC platform, which was well received by team members. program has strengthened awareness and understanding of the gift and entertainment rules. We also enhanced the disclosure of team members' outside business activities to identify and manage potential conflicts with their CalPERS job duties. We also developed and we are piloting a third-party agreement conflict check process to protect against potential conflicts of interest between decision makers' personal or financial interests and third parties engaging with CalPERS. There were several enhancements noted in monitoring and assurance across CalPERS, including customer service and support's use of artificial intelligence to automate compliance reviews, comparing elements of memorandum of understandings against labor agreements and enabling more accurate and timely reviews. Health Policy and Benefits Branch collaborated with the Office of Audit Services to complete a health contribution review for non-PERS agencies, which validated that employer health contribution collection processes and procedures were in alignment with applicable resolutions and statutes. In addition, the Investment Office validated user access requirements and standards for their trade order management system to ensure compliance with information control standards. Moving now to advice and education, ECRG improved tracking and reporting of the Attorney General's ethics training and continued compliance advisory sessions with new hires to ensure understandings of CalPERS conflict of interest rules and ethical standards. The customer service and support team enhanced member education by making resources available in multiple languages, and the Investment Office delivered training on investment-related conflicts of interest, regulatory matters, and other topics specific to INVO's business model. With regards to risk assessment and mitigation, the IT branch continued to partner with Enterprise Compliance Risk and Governance to complete an additional 12 risk and control self-assessments, and they are on target to complete RCSAs for all business units by the fiscal year end in a couple of weeks. Customer service and support completed a significant project to assess and reduce overpayment risk in 3 areas: retirement benefits, refunds, and death benefits. The Human Resources Division developed an executive succession planning model to reduce key man risk and support a smooth transition of knowledge and skills when key personnel leave CalPERS, whether planned or unplanned. Under data privacy and protection, Health Policy and Benefits enhanced user data protection with the implementation of two-factor authentication for the long-term care member portal and the electronic visit verification tool. HR is partnering with IT to enhance user access compliance as part of the Oracle HCM Cloud Migration Project. This provides for role-based user access that can be closely monitored for compliance and data privacy and protection standards. Projected completion is the upcoming fiscal year 2025-26. In the area of fraud risk management, the customer service team reduced failed authentications among contract center agents by 50% and achieved a 96% authentication success rate among teams that participated in an authentication workshop pilot. Health Policy and Benefits collaborated with its long-term care third-party administrator to implement a new and enhanced fraud, waste, and abuse detection tool that analyzes claim data against various risk factors to identify potentially fraudulent activities. Finally, in the area of third-party risk management, Health Policy and Benefits establish a new performance and quality improvement team in the contract section, reflecting a broader effort over recent years to strengthen contract requirements and align more closely with Covered California and the Department of Health Care Services. These enhancements are expanding HPBB's ability to provide comprehensive oversight and auditing to verify contract compliance by all health plans. As you can see, the organization made some significant strides in strengthening the CalPERS compliance and risk management practices, and it's been great seeing the collaboration across multiple divisions. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. Jose Luis, I don't see your name on the list, but do you have a question? No question. Okay. Well, I'm stumped. There's no question. Okay. Well, that's just an information item. Thank you very much. That's how thorough your presentation was. Let's keep moving forward. Let's go. Let's see if there's any public comment on this item. All right. Let's see here. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead at 6B.
Madam Chair, I noted no direction.
You're right. It says an information item. Is there? No?
Nothing's required to be approved.
Excuse me?
The annual compliance report is not required to be approved. This is our report to you on the
Right.
condition.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So can we call item B?
6B, the
Summary of committee
Yes,
direction.
I noted no direction,
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what you were saying. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
unless I missed something.
All right. All right, seeing that there's no public comment, let's go ahead. We'll go to 6B now, to public comment. I've got a few folks on the phone. Ms. Margaret Brown, you're in the chamber. Come on down. And then I have a Kathy Jepson and a Dev Berger.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the RAC. My name is Margaret Brown, President of the Retired Public Employees Association of California. I'm here today speaking on behalf of RPEA members and the 769,000 CalPERS retirees and inactive members whose personal data was compromised in the massive May 2023 data breach involving your third-party vendor, PBI. I'm here today to say one thing clearly. CalPERS must continue to provide Experian credit monitoring and identity protection for those impacted, because the risk to our identities didn't end when the headlines faded. Let's be honest, the notice sent to retirees after the breach was insufficient. If you didn't open the envelope that came from CalPERS, you didn't know your credit was breached, your identity was breached. And we had many comments talking about the expiration coming up, and people didn't even know their data had been breached. A one-time notification and short-term credit monitoring does not match the magnitude of the threat. Identity theft is not a 1 or a 2-year risk, it's a lifetime risk. And retirees, many of who are living on fixed incomes, are especially vulnerable. We cannot afford the financial and emotional toll of dealing with fraud, stolen identities, or wrecked credit down the line. By continuing the Experian credit monitoring services, CalPERS shows that it is willing to take real responsibility for protecting its members, not just in word, but in deed. This is more than security. It's about trust. Trust that CalPERS is protecting our futures, not just our pensions, but our identities. Trust that when a crisis happens, CalPERS will stand with its members and not leave them to figure it out alone. And trust that this committee and ultimately the board understands the scope of the harm and is committed to doing the right thing. So I respectfully urge you to continue Experian credit monitoring and identity protection for the 769,000 members affected by the 2023 data breach. Our information was exposed through no fault of our own, and we deserve lasting protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Next, we'll hear from Kathy Jepson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and members of the Risk and Audit Committee and the CalPERS staff. My name is Catherine Jepson. I am the Secretary-Treasurer of Retired Public Employees of California. I am one of the 769,000 members whose data was breached. I am here to respectfully ask you that you continue the credit monitoring for the sole reason that it doesn't end when the 2-year monitoring is over. This is something that I have to deal with for the rest of my life. And I know that I can put a lock on the credit, but then it's difficult to get it off, especially if I travel, which I do a lot outside of the United States. It's very frustrating to me because through no fault of my own, I am having to continually check on the monitoring for the rest of my life. And so I would respectfully ask that CalPERS continued for a minimum of 2 more years with the Experian credit and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Dev Berger.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dev Berger, and I'm the managing editor of the RPEA publications. Older adults are disproportionately impacted by internet and phone scams, and the 769,000 retirees and their beneficiaries were sentenced to a lifetime now of vigilance over their data. This vigilance was confirmed when I attended a recent FBI-sponsored elder fraud conference. So it is not stated lightly. It is something that has to be done. CalPERS was criticized for its lack of expediency in informing members about the May 2023 breach, and also that the letter that was sent, which was very long and ignored by many, didn't emphasize the dangers and the immediacy of having to have credit monitoring. So I'm urging, as 2 other people have right now, to have additional 2 years of credit monitoring. It is your fiduciary responsibility to protect members. And if you're going to do this, you've got to do it in a much smarter outreach that is concise and understandable to those you're trying to reach. I would urge you to contact Experian, who has had a data breach. I would ask you to copy the methods that AT&T used to have outreach to members, which was concise and consistent and easily understood. If CalPERS can spend over $360,000 for the Pathways for Women's Conference, and yes, it did have an $80,000 revenue in return, then it certainly can consider spending money to protect members who are facing a lifetime of fraud and abuse. I'm asking you to protect members, to do your fiduciary responsibility to the 769,000 people impacted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we are going to recess now into close. Oh.
See?
Okay.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Speaker?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. I speak to you as a member of the field. I'm a secretary for one of our local RPEA chapters. And I can tell you that when this whole thing broke, the confusion in the field was really, really a problem. People didn't understand what was happening and why. Some of them are starting to really understand the implications, especially those who have been hacked in one way or another. I think it's really important for seniors and our vulnerable population that you continue the coverage for at least another 2 years. I thank you for your consideration. Bye.
Thank you very much. Marcy, may I ask you a question just about the public comment that we've heard? Do the members that have that are requesting an extension in this coverage, do they have the ability to assume that on their own?
We would have to check with it.
Thank you, caller. Your time's up.
Oh, sorry. We would have to check with Experian around the assumption. I'm assuming that's about continuing the current rate that we're getting. We could check with Experian on that.
That would be helpful. And then my follow-up question is, Experian gave us some kind of a discounted rate for that service, correct?
Correct.
And then we, of course, extended the coverage to our members, our retirees in particular. And love to just know if that is an extension that can, much like when you stop working, you have COBRA to continue with your
Can be
health coverage.
transferred.
Yeah, that would
We'll
be.
check.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, I think. All right.
Yes, Chair Cohen, we have one more caller, Nellie Van Lommel, to speak to item 6C. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. Thank you for taking my call. I am the Retired Public Employees Association Area Director 6, which is in the Inland Empire, Southern California, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County. Those are two large counties here in Southern California. We've helped many of our members get onto the Experian site to do their monitoring. I have no complaint about the free monitoring of my credit report. I bought a new car, and right away, in my email, there was an inquiry made considering my purchase. I just want to say, considering the climate at this time of the tariffs on cars and on goods, that we should, at this time, continue 2 years of monitoring to be fair. It is a bad time to stop this. Large purchases are not being made, such as a car, which I bought. So I request that you extend it another 2 years, and I would like to thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. All right, we have one more. John Ing, are you here? Good morning. Come on down, Mr. Ing.
I will make this very short. Hello, committee members. My name is John Ing. I'm a CalPERS retiree, and I also would like to ask that the Experian coverage be extended for another 2 years. I feel that doing that would be in compliance with the culture of compliance that was expressed in the annual compliance report. I know that the CalPERS has placed great value in keeping the data of its members private. Now, although the data has now been breached, it would show how much value that CalPERS place in extending the coverage. I know that you can't do this forever, but I think the additional 2 years would allow for greater outreach to those people who have not signed up for this Experian coverage. Maybe we'd work with, as Dev was mentioning earlier, use additional methods to contact those affected. That's all I have, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ing. Are there any other members of the public online or in the chamber? Anyone with any last minute? Thank you. Any last minute thoughts lingering? All right, we're going to close public comment at this time. And we are going to recess now into closed session for items 1 through 3 from the closed session agenda. We will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in open session, and this adjourns this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be back.
We are going to reconvene, I want to call, in 5 minutes at 11:35.
back in open session of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee, and we'll continue with the remainder of the open session agenda. Please call the roll.
Ramon Rubacava,
Present.
Kevin Palke. Good morning. Malia Cohen,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Nicole Griffith for Reina Ortega,
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Yvonne Walker,
Here.
Melissa Willett.
Thank you. We're also going to have to do the attestation for people who are, for board members who are remotely, attending remotely. So let me read a statement. Good morning, board members. We've just transitioned into open session. Since we are not all present in the same room like we usually are, I must remind you that this is this is the wrong one. I'm sorry, my mistake. Sorry. But that was closed session too, right? Okay, sorry. Thank you. We'll start again. Sorry about that, folks. Good morning, board members. Because we are not all present in the same room and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public, Bagley King requires the remote board members to make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest whether 1, they are alone, or 2, if there are 1 or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, and the nature of the board's relationship to each other. At this time, I will ask Dr. Willis to verbally attest accordingly. Please.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Willis. And for the record, we also have Frank Rufino here, Michael DeToy, and who's not a member. I think that's it, right? Yvonne's a member. That's it. Thank you very much. So now we'll proceed, and we'll start. I want to correct something I said earlier. We are going to proceed with the agenda, but we're just going to take the consent items and then go into one action item, which is the long-term care third-party administrator award of contract, and then we'll break for lunch. And the information items, which is the PBM contract recommendation and the preliminary 2026 premiums for the HMOs and the PPO will be after lunch. Okay, let's start with executive report. Mr. Mold and Kim Mall, please.
Good morning, Kim Malm, CalPERS team. Today I wanted to give you a few updates that impact our members that are going on right now in the Customer Services Support Branch. First, I want to provide you an update to our benefit verification process. As you may recall, I mentioned from my March update that we kicked off the 2025 benefits verification cycle. The process is now conducted annually to prevent overpayments due to unreported member deaths. In March, we sent over 10,000 letters to retirees that met certain risk thresholds, which includes age, benefit amount, the last time they made contact with CalPERS, and the last time they saw their health care provider. In April, we sent a second reminder if we had not heard back from those members from the first letter. At the end of May, we sent a third reminder, letting members know that we'll be holding their August 1st warrant if we have not received their verification before roll closes in July. From this effort, over 270 deaths were reported across California and 32 other states. Those unreported deaths resulted in over $2.3 million of overpayments, and we have collected over 1.3, or 57% so far. The Benefit Verification Project continues to be a very important tool as we continue to try and reduce overpayments. Also, another tool that we continue to find significant value in is the utilization of SoCure as our death verification vendor. To date, they have reported over 500 deaths and resulting in over $5.2 million of overpayments. We've collected over $4 million of those overpayments in the last 2 years, or 80%. As I mentioned in March, we also sent a file to Cedar Financial, the collections firm we contracted with to assist in recovering large debt. They have begun their preliminary work of the $2.3 million of collections that we've sent them. I'm happy to see that these efforts are continuing to reduce death overpayments and improve our collections process. Now I'd like to move to cover a new Spanish class offering. In 2024, we implemented a class on planning your retirement basics in Spanish. The feedback was positive. The video is now available on our CalPERS YouTube channel. In addition, a week from today, on June 24th, we'll be presenting a new Spanish class offering Basics of Your Retirement Application and Beyond. Currently, there are 75 attendees registered so far. I'll close with an update on our CalPERS benefit education events. Since our last meeting in March, we concluded our second in-person CB of 2025 in Burbank on April 11th and 12th with 913 attendees. We just concluded our latest virtual CB last week on June 11th and 12th with over 2,000 attendees. Our next CB is virtual. It's scheduled for August 13th and 14th, and registration will open in mid-July. And then the planned CBs for next year in 2026 are Monterey for January 9th and 10th, Anaheim, April 10th and 11th, and Reading, June 5th and 6th of 2026. This concludes my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mall. Any questions or comments from the trustees? Okay, well, we'll start with Trustee Pacheco.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Mall, for your good question. I just want to ask a question about the video on the Spanish video. How many, when did it come out, and how many views has it had on the unique views? Do you know?
That's an amazing question. I probably have the answer to every other question about that you have, like where to find it and how many people took the class. I do not know how many views, but I will find out that information.
Oh, that'd be perfect. No, I just think it's a great idea about the number of persons that are watching it and how it's being perceived. Thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Pocky, Vice Chair, Committee Vice Chair. Oops.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I've received numerous phone calls and emails through the school employees, and really just how much they truly appreciate the bilingual capabilities that have been pushed through. They're really excited about the website. So thank you for all that work that you and your team have really put the work into to make sure that our members have the access that make them feel comfortable in receiving the information. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I can't take credit for the website. That would be IT and Public Affairs, but I will for the classes that David's team has developed. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Mr. Don Moles?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 3 very meaty items today, so I'm going to keep my remarks short. Primarily, I want to update you and those listening of 2 provider terminations we've been following, both of which have had the potential to cause disruption for our members. The first was a dispute over terms between Hoag Health Systems in Orange County and Blue Shield of California. Hoag had issued a termination notice to Blue Shield, which would have gone into effect on June 30th, but which was extended out 2 weeks to mid-July. Over the weekend, we learned that Hoag and Blue Shield have come to terms, and Hoag has subsequently repealed its termination. This is very good news for the 1,200 or so CalPERS members who would have been affected.
Very good news. Thank you.
The other update is on the potential contract termination between Blue Shield of California and the University of California Health System. The current contract between Blue Shield and UC Health expires on June 30th, and earlier in the spring, UC Health noticed Blue Shield of their intent to terminate the contract unless there were significant changes to its terms. Roughly 10 days ago, UC Health reached out to Blue Shield to extend the termination date to July 9th. The good news is that leadership between the 2 organizations is meeting regularly to try to negotiate a deal. The bad news is that they are still very far apart. I'll remind the board and those listening that the vast majority of these disputes reach resolution, and when parties do get to termination, it is typically short-lived. I don't want to sugarcoat this one, though. The impasse between the 2 parties is significant, and even with the short extension of the termination date, they are running out of time. At this point, I have to say that it is that the possibility of a lapse in the contract is very real. If there is a lapse, it would affect all of the University of California health systems, which includes UC Davis, UC San Francisco, UCLA, UC Riverside, UC Irvine, and UC San Diego. It would also affect roughly 20,000 Blue Shield Access Plus CalPERS HMO members and 15,000 CalPERS PPO members. Letters informing HMO members of the potential contract termination were sent out in early May in accordance with the Department of Managed Healthcare regulations. Letters to PPO members who accessed UC Health hospitals in the last year would go out closer to the termination date. I'll remind you and our members that the termination would only impact CalPERS basic members. Medicare members will still have access to all UC doctors and facilities. We're in regular communication with both UC Health and Blue Shield leadership on this one, and we'll report back with any updates. We're also using multiple communication channels to keep all of our members informed. In addition, we're meeting regularly with Blue Shield and Included Health to ensure that they, along with the CalPERS team, are well prepared to assist impacted members. This includes counseling members on their continuity of care protections, which are significant under California law, or assisting them to find alternative in-network providers during a lapse. That concludes my remarks. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mall. Any questions from the trustees? I do not see any questions, so let's thank you for your comments. And now,
Can I follow up with one
Yes, please.
answer? So thank you to Brad Pacheco for this answer. But the video was posted about a year ago, and there's been 2,800 views, Dr. Pacheco. So just want to make sure I answered
thank you
that
for that
question. Thank you.
information. Now we have the action consent items.
Move approval.
Move approval, second by, moved approval by Mr. David Miller, and second by Trustee Kevin Palkey. And do we have a consensus? Do we need to call the roll? A consensus? No.
Aye.
Aye. We have the ayes have it? Aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, David. And now we go to the information consent items. Oh, any, okay, we asked for the ayes. Any nays?
Is Gail online? Because the episode,
Yes, we already did this at the station.
she's not on the committee.
Yeah. Any abstentions? Okay, the ayes have it. So the action consent items 3A and 3B are approved. Now next item is for A and B, the information consent items. Do we have consensus there?
Yes.
Yes. The controller speaks for all, so we have, so nobody was pulled, nothing was pulled. So now we move to item 5A, which is the action agenda item that a lot of us are looking forward to. So which is the request for proposal on the long-term care third-party administrator, TPA. And I believe yes, Ms. Don Moe and Jared Sinberry.
Yep, and I'll just turn it over directly to Jared.
Jared, please proceed.
It's all right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Jared Chindenberry, CalPERS team member. Today I'll be presenting on item 5A, seeking your approval on the intent to award a 5-year contract for the long-term care third-party administrator, or TPA. In August 2024, we issued a request for proposals, or RFP, for the next 5-year TPA contract. This process allowed us to explore new opportunities in the industry that could provide greater benefits to CalPERS and our policyholders. And we approached the RFP with 4 primary objectives: lowering the overall cost of the program to ensure long-term financial sustainability, enhancing customer service and technological innovation, including advancements in data and analytics, fraud detection, and electronic visit verification, securing more favorable contractual terms, including modifying how administrative services fees are calculated, and ensuring that CalPERS partners with a TPA that has proven that they can administer a long-term care program the size of CalPERS with our roughly 77,000 policyholders. We received proposals from 3 prospective TPAs. Illumifin, our incumbent administrator since the program's inception in 1995, CHCS Services, better known as WellCove, and Davies Life and Health. All 3 met the minimum qualifications and moved on to phase 2 of the RFP late last year, which involved the submission of technical and fee proposals. And all 3 also moved to the finalist interview phase in February. TPAs are scored on the strength of their technical proposals, their fee proposals, and their interview. After a thorough evaluation, Illumifin emerged as the bidder with the highest total points and advanced to contract negotiations. I'd like to walk you through the key factors that led to Illumifin advancing to that final stage. When considering the experience of the 3 TPAs, there are some clear differences, with Illumifin standing out as the largest long-term care TPA in the nation with over 1.9 million long-term care policies and over 50 insurers, including the top 10 carriers in the US. While WellCove and Davies also demonstrated respectable experience in client bases, Illumifin's size and track record provided added confidence in their ability to manage CalPERS' book of business. In terms of their technological and claims oversight capabilities, all three presented platforms with the technological advancements that we were seeking. For example, all 3 supported electronic visit verification, which is a mobile app that ensures at-home care visits by independent providers occur as scheduled while recording the exact time, location, and duration of the services provided. This technology reduces the risk of billing errors and fraud. Similarly, all 3 use advanced tools for detecting fraud, waste, and abuse, leveraging AI to enhance oversight. However, Illumifin was the only bidder with in-house software for both electronic visit verification and fraud detection, eliminating reliance on subcontractors for these critical services. In terms of their data and analytics platforms, Illumifin proposed upgrading CalPERS to their Snowflake platform, which represents a significant enhancement over our current system. That said, WellCove and Davies also offered strong data platforms. Overall, we were impressed by the technical proposals from all 3 TPAs, and we felt confident that any of them could be a capable partner for CalPERS, with Illumifin having an edge. We did see substantial differences in the fee proposals. Administrative service fees are calculated on a per member per month basis, with different rates for members who are on claim, that is, actively receiving long-term care services, versus those who are not on claim. To evaluate the proposals, we projected costs over the life of the 5-year contract, including any transition costs. Illumifin submitted the fee proposal with the lowest overall costs. WellCove was a close second, and Davies was not competitive on fees. We included a table to illustrate how the fees compare. Illumifin fees amounted to about a $14.9 million in savings over the life of the contract, which is a 23% discount compared to our current agreement. WellCove's fees would have saved $13.1 million, making them a close second. Davies' fees, on the other hand, would cost $7.5 million more than staying with our current contract. Illumifin advanced to the contract negotiations in February as the bidder with the highest number of total points, as I just mentioned. And I'm pleased to report that these negotiations are now complete, and we've achieved several key wins for CalPERS and our policyholders. We negotiated a drop in fees from Illumifin's initial bid. In addition to that, we requested to start the contract prior to the original January 2027 start date, since the new contract has better terms. Illumifin agreed to a July 1st, 2026 start date, which amounts to nearly $2 million in additional savings. When combining these outcomes, we project total savings to the program of $16.8 million. This represents a 25% discount compared to our current contract. We recommend that you approve item 5A to issue an intent to award a 5-year contract to Illumifin to serve as the CalPERS TPA for its long-term care insurance program with an effective date of July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2031. With Illumifin, CalPERS will benefit from substantial cost savings, more favorable contractual terms, and enhanced technological capabilities, including improvements in data management and access. thank you for your time. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Jared. Any questions from the committee? I do not see any, but I do want to thank you. Oh, yes, President Taylor has a question, please.
So, thanks, you guys. And I really appreciate the report. I actually don't have a question. I want to congratulate you guys on this contract. This is a really good win for us, especially on our long-term care. So, hard work. I imagine you did really well getting through our RFPs and came out with, it looks like, the best savings that we could possibly get. So thank you very much for your hard work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor. We do have public comment, so Ms. Margaret Brown, please. Margarita Brown. Marguerite Brown, excuse me.
That's right. No relation to Margaret Brown.
Okay.
I just had two questions. One is, what is the split in enrollees between on-claim and off-claim?
You have 3 minutes. Just go ahead and make your statements, and if we can find information, we'll try to see if we can get it to you.
I would appreciate hearing back on that. And the second is, I would like to know what the impact is on our premiums of this savings. It's great that the savings is occurring, but we've been having large increases. We are scheduled for another increase on January 1st. So what is the impact to us of this change on our premiums?
We thank you for your comments, and we'll take them. I'm sure the staff will take them into consideration as we move forward.
I do have a question for the staff, if I may.
Controller Cohen, please.
Thank you.
Oops, hold on.
Perhaps you said it in your presentation, but was the premiums in the presentation?
No.
No, this presentation was just about the selection of the TPA and
That's
not about the premiums.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And so where will we get that information? Is it on the website? Is it somewhere public?
Are you interested in information about like what the current premium rates are and things?
Yes, the current, and then this with this new proposal that we're considering, or that will be in effect on July 1st of 2026. What's that cost differential is what I'm interested in.
Yeah, so this won't impact premiums. So the savings that are that we will achieve through this, should the board approve, ultimately will feed into the improve the sustainability of the long-term care fund. So it would essentially help ensure that the premiums are more stable over time. It lessens the likelihood it will need future rate increases in that.
So there's no cost benefit for the members?
There is a cost benefit. It's the net dollar amount. It will translate into lower premiums over time. We can certainly project those out and give you a rough estimate about what they would look like in future years. If that's
When you were doing
direction.
the evaluation of the contract, did you cost that out?
So to premium, no, because what we're looking, the more savings, we know that more savings is better. We didn't calculate the exact translation. It becomes a tricky calculation because it's, as Jared mentioned, it's relative to future premium. So it's all projection, but again, we can certainly project that out. Overall, it is a 23% reduction in our administrative fees over the course of the next 5 years, which from our perspective is a tremendous win.
Yes, I agree. It is a tremendous win for the in the reduced administrative fees, but I just want to make sure that we're not reducing our fees and then producing more fees for the plan member.
We would it will translate in, it would be a dollar for dollar change in the overall premium to members going into the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you for answering that.
Thank you, Controller Cohen. I too want to follow our president and congratulate you, Jared and Don, for very good work. We have significant savings, and ensuring that there's a start date, July 1 instead of January 1. It's a big savings there too, and I commend you for that contract and everything else, stronger contract terms, and of course, like you stated, it improves the sustainability of the plan going forward in the long term, and that's what we're interested in. We want to get the services. I believe we have a motion from our Vice Chair. Oh, sorry.
Get it on the record. Yeah, so I'd like to motion that we approve the intent to award a 5-year contract to Illumifin to serve as California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS third-party administrator for its long-term care insurance program with the effective date of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2031, with the caveat that final negotiations and satisfaction of all requirements.
Thank you. And Mr. David Miller seconds. So now we'll call the roll, please.
Kevin Pelkey. Aye. Malia Cohen.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Nicole Griffith.
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco. Aye. Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Thank you. So the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and we have awarded the contract to the incumbent. And good luck in moving forward with the implementation. And thank you, everybody, for your patience. We will adjourn right now for lunch and for 45 minutes. We'll return at 12:45. We will continue with the rest of the agenda, which are the information items on the 2026 preliminary HMO premiums for health plans and the status of the PBM pharmacy benefit contract. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. We're reconvening the meeting of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. We're at item 6, informational agenda items. And the first item is preliminary 2026 Health Maintenance Organization and Preferred Provider Organization Plan Premiums with Don Molds and Josh Zobek.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Rob Jarzambek, CalPERS team member. This is an information item to update you on the preliminary 2026 premiums for CalPERS basic and Medicare plans. As a reminder, the health plan renewal strategy is an annual process where the CalPERS team engages with the health plans and negotiates rates for our members. In this presentation, we will cover several items. We'll begin with a timeline for the rate development process, which we refer to as RDP. We'll provide a quick refresher on how we set premiums and talk through the weighted averages. We'll then cover some general observations about the basic and Medicare plans before walking through the individual plan details. Finally, we will end with next steps. I'll start with a timeline. In November, you approved service area expansions for Kaiser Permanente and United Healthcare's Harmony for 2026. Next month, we will present the proposed final premiums for your adoption at the board offsite. Let's briefly go over what makes up a premium and the process we use to determine what the premium should be. This information might be well understood by some, but we want to walk through it again so everyone has the same foundation going into the presentation. The premium can be broken down into 3 components: medical, pharmacy, and administration. Medical is the cost of medical services provided. This includes inpatient, outpatient, and professional services. Pharmacy represents the cost of outpatient prescription drugs filled at a local pharmacy or through mail order. And administration is the health plan's administrative fee and CalPERS administrative expenses. To get the total per member per month, or PMPM rate, we add the medical, pharmacy, and administration components together. Once we have that rate, we convert this to a premium by applying a family factor that takes into account the number of dependents in each health plan. We apply a family factor because young dependents typically incur lower medical costs than adults. This changes the PMPM rate to a per subscriber per month, or PSPM premium. This is the premium we'll be walking through today and is charged to members and employers. Several years ago, we greatly improved how we set health premiums to enhance transparency with the plan's proposed rate and improve our negotiating position. We use claims from the data warehouse along with financial information to create a baseline projection for each basic plan. We then compare it with the plan's proposed rate. We require the plans to submit their proposal in specific categories using a standard methodology so that we can conduct an apples-to-apples comparison to our projections. We also require them to submit an actuarial attestation of their proposals. Further, we engage an independent actuarial consulting firm to conduct a third-party verification and review. Our approach using standardized methodology allows CalPERS to drill into significantly more detail with the plans to understand what's driving trends at the plan level. Finally, we risk adjust premiums for the basic plans. We do not risk adjust the Medicare plans, as this is done by CMS through their own process. Risk adjustment of the basic plans allows us to price plans based on the value of their benefit design and network, rather than on the concentration of healthy or unhealthy lives in the plan. This pushes the plans to compete on the cost and quality of care instead of on their ability to attract younger and healthier members. As you know, last year the board approved the full transition from 2 risk pools, one for HMOs and one for PPOs, to a single risk pool for all basic plans. This was necessary to stabilize the PPOs and is now in effect for 2025. The last item on this slide is how we set premiums for public agencies and schools, as there's an extra step to that process. We start with the state premium calculated for the state of California and California State University members. Despite the fact that there are state employees in every county, the state as an employer uses the same pay scale, classifications, and benefit structure for everyone. Therefore, they use the same premiums regardless of where state employees reside. We have 3 pricing regions for our contracting agencies, 1 in Northern California and 2 in Southern California. Today, we're sharing the preliminary premiums for these regions in an attachment to this agenda item. Now let's take a look at the preliminary premiums, percent changes, and weighted averages. I'll start with the basic plans. Overall, the premium trends for CalPERS basic plans are in line with California industry trends. This is based on a comparison of the trends applied to each component of premiums against industry trends. For the 2026 basic HMO premiums, the average increase is 6.5%. For the basic PPO premiums, the weighted average is about 12%. As I shared earlier, CalPERS premiums have 3 components: medical, pharmacy, and administrative fees. CalPERS medical claim costs are in line with California trends. We evaluate each carrier's medical claim cost trends against our own, as well as in the context of large group rate filings with the Department of Managed Healthcare. Our pharmacy trends are high, but in line with national and California-specific pharmacy trends. Trends are very high for diabetes treatments and injectables for chronic inflammatory conditions for CalPERS and the rest of the industry. CalPERS administrative fee trends are lower than industry trends. Since CalPERS has long-term contracts, our admin cost increases are shielded from cost pressures other plans face with respect to administrative costs. The other wild card that can have a big impact on premium trends from plan to plan is recent claims experience. If the prior year's rate increase underestimated claims, this year's rate increase would be larger than otherwise. Because of unusual claims patterns we had recently, these sorts of fluctuations have had a larger impact in the past few years than they did historically. However, the good news is that the outsized fluctuations seem to have settled as of this year. Moving on to Medicare, last year the CMS changes to subsidies significantly impacted some plan premiums. Now that the initial impact has been realized, some challenges and uncertainties of the CMS changes still exist. Our Medicare Advantage premiums have an average increase of just over 7%. For context, in general, CalPERS Medicare premium trends are higher than industry trends for a couple reasons. The first reason is that CalPERS benefits are typically more comprehensive than many in the commercial and Medicare markets, which evidence tells us is critical to achieving good health outcomes. Medicare Advantage plans in the individual market tend to reduce benefit richness or covered benefits in order to be able to maintain low premiums. The second reason is that CMS pays for most of the claims costs for Medicare members, so changes in CMS revenue can be a material trend driver, which is the case for both the medical and pharmacy components of the premium. Now for the Medicare supplement plans, they have an average increase of about 13 2/3%. This is driven by the Inflation Reduction Act and increased utilization of medical services. When we wrap things up, when we put the Medicare Advantage and MedSup plans together, the more efficient Medicare Advantage plans, so Kaiser and Sharp, have an average increase of 4%. And the less efficient MA plans and the Medicare supplemental plans have an average increase of 12%. This is a nearly 8-point difference that is largely due to the change in CMS payments. I mention this so that Medicare members know they have lower cost options if they prefer to not be in a higher cost and higher trending Medicare plan. This slide shows everything rolled up with the weighted average changes for each plan type. As a reminder, last year's basic HMO premiums included an upward adjustment associated with the full transition to one risk pool, and the basic PPO premiums included a downward adjustment. When compared to last year's rate increases without these adjustments, the 2026 HMO increase is similar to last year, and the 2026 PPO increase is lower than last year. Overall, we are seeing a 1.3% improvement on the rate increase for the total basic program. For Medicare, we are also seeing improvements this year, with increases that are roughly half of what was experienced last year. CalPERS' overall premium increase at this point is 8.21%, a 2.6% improvement from last year. Before we look at the individual plan slides, we'd like to talk about two key decisions impacting two of our lower cost narrow network plans. This is Blue Shield's Trio plan in Monterey County and United Healthcare's Harmony expansion for 2026. As background, part of CalPERS' strategy to increase competition and bring lower cost options to members is to add new narrow network plans to our offerings and expand them to less competitive areas throughout California. This strategy has been in effect for several years and has had positive results on our program. These positive results are in the form of lower monthly premiums for members who have enrolled in these plans and increased competition that forces the plans to compete on cost and quality. We have been thoughtful about where these new plans are introduced, as well as where we push them to expand. Each new offering and expansion, as you know, is brought to this committee and to the board to make the ultimate decision whether or not to move forward. Trio is a high-performance narrow network plan that started with CalPERS in 2020 in 6 counties. It has expanded its footprint over the past few years to 21 counties to bring a low-cost alternative to more of our members. Trio entered Monterey in 2023 as a lower-cost plan and now has about 30% of the Monterey membership. Medical costs in Monterey are about 40% higher than Trio's statewide average, which contributes an additional 6% to Trio's premium for 2026. As we know and have discussed before, the high costs in Monterey County have been of increasing concern for many years, including leading up to this year's RDP. Our larger health plans in Monterey are better able to absorb these high costs due to their large plan size. This is not the case for Trio. Besides the potential enrollment growth in Monterey, Blue Shield also projects that the high Trio premium increases would lead to membership losses in lower cost counties, further driving Trio's premiums up to the Access Plus level in the next 2 to 3 years. All of this raises a concern about Trio's long-term sustainability. To address this issue, we recommend replacing Trio with Access Plus in Monterey County. Access Plus is better poised to absorb the cost of Monterey as it can spread those costs out over a much larger population. By exiting Monterey, Trio's statewide premium would improve by 6%, while Access Plus would experience a much smaller impact of less than a 1% increase to its premium. Blue Shield is seeking the Department of Managed Healthcare's approval for Access Plus's entry to Monterey, and the preliminary conversations have been productive. I'll walk through some of the details. This slide shows the pros and cons for changing the Blue Shield health plan offering in Monterey County. If we keep Trio in Monterey, for the short term, there will be no disruption to the 6,000 members who are currently enrolled. But in the long run, with the potential enrollment growth, the high Monterey costs will cause Trio's premiums to exceed that of Access Plus. This would effectively remove a low-cost option for members and make Trio non-viable for our portfolio. While replacing Trio with Access Plus benefits the non-Monterey Trio members and is key to its long-term sustainability, it does introduce premium increases for the current Trio members in Monterey. Here's a look at the likely plan choices public agency Trio members would make in Monterey, along with the premium impacts, as most of CalPERS members in the Monterey County come from a public agency or school. The range for these members would be from a negative actual premium decrease of about 1% to an increase of 13.75%. I'll pause here to see if there are any questions.
I don't see any questions, so please continue.
Now let's talk about UHC's Harmony expansion for 2026. Harmony is a lower-cost narrow network plan and started with CalPERS in 2022 in Southern California. In 2024 and 2025, UHC honored their commitment to expand Harmony into Northern California in areas where lower-cost plans weren't prevalent, while continuing to provide competitive pricing. With these service area expansions and continued good pricing, Harmony's membership increased nearly 60% in the early years and 40% last year. These figures were higher than projected and have caused additional uncertainty in premium volatility, which is typical when a plan grows this quickly. Specifically, membership in Santa Cruz County increased from 200 members in 2024 to 1,200 members in 2025, a dramatic 500% increase. This is impactful as Santa Cruz is the second highest cost county in California and is driving costs for them statewide, much like Monterey is driving Trio's costs. In November, the board approved Harmony to further expand to 4 Northern California counties in 2026. Those counties are El Dorado, Nevada, Placer, and San Joaquin. UHC is proposing to postpone Harmony's 4-county expansion for 1 year to give them time to stabilize from its rapid membership growth. We recommend approving their proposal to delay their expansion so that they can stay a long-term, low-cost option for CalPERS and our members. Now let's go through the individual plan slides, starting with the basic HMOs. First is Anthem Select. This table shows the 2025 and the proposed 2026 premiums before and after risk adjustment, with a total increase of about 7% from 2025. The cost driver chart on the right shows the changes between 2025 and 2026 for each component of the premium. The first bar is medical cost, and these changes contribute about a 5% increase to the premium. The next bar is pharmacy, and changes this coming year contribute a 4% impact to the premium. The third bar is labeled Other and includes overall changes on the administrative costs, both the plans and CalPERS. It also includes changes in the family mix of a plan's enrollment. The fourth bar is changes in the risk mitigation, which has about a negative 2% impact. This bar shows in the negative as it is less than what Anthem Select contributed to risk adjustment last year. And a reminder regarding the risk scores. Plans with a risk score of greater than 1, with 1 being the average, have sicker lives, and their premium is lowered with the impact of risk adjustment. Plans with risk scores of less than 1 have healthier lives and will see risk adjustment increase their premium. Also, risk scores fluctuate year to year and is a cost driver regardless if it is an increase or a decrease. Risk scores do not remain the same 1 year to the next. Anthem Select has a risk score of less than 1. It's in the table at 0.9565, meaning that the plan has healthier than average members in the basic portfolio. Therefore, their 2026 premium is increased. That amount is shown in the table to the left in the 4th column. Again, the bar shows it in the negative as it is less than what Anthem Select contributed to risk adjustment last year. So for setting the 2026 rate, these members have become sicker than they were last year, therefore you see a negative bar. Adding this all together, the light green bar shows an overall 6.78% increase. Let's now look at Anthem Traditional. This is a broad network plan offered in many high-cost, low-competition areas of the state. Anthem Traditional is a plan that we have had concerns about its long-term sustainability in our program. We continue to closely monitor this plan to ensure it remains a viable product for CalPERS and our members. Trio's premium increase is close to 5% for next year. Now to Blue Shield Access Plus. The top table shows the Access Plus premium if there are no changes to its service area, meaning that it would not go into Monterey County. The preliminary premium increase is about 12%. The bottom table shows the Access Plus with a $7 higher premium to include Monterey County for 2026, which would be a 12.7% increase. As stated earlier, given the much larger membership, Access Plus is able to absorb Monterey costs much better. Moving to Trio, the top table shows the 2026 premium if there were no changes to its service area, therefore, meaning remaining in Monterey County. This would be a 9% increase. The bottom table shows what Trio's premium would be if we excluded Monterey County for 2026, and this would be a 3% increase. With the smaller plan size, the impacts of Monterey are much more significant to Trio than to Access Plus. The cost driver chart on the right shows a breakdown of the premium impacts by component, noting that the program change bar shows about a 6% downward adjustment for exiting Monterey. HealthNet Saluti Mas is a narrow network plan that provides services in 6 Southern California counties as well as in Mexico. Their proposed 2026 premium increase is just under 4.75%. Medical contributed about 7% of the premium increase. Saluti Moss continues to be our lowest premium plan in our basic program thanks to its low-cost narrow network and Southern California service area. Their membership has been growing and members are starting to use more expensive providers. Pharmacy contributed about 1.7% to the increase. And risk mitigation helped decrease their premium by 3.8%. Saluti Moss had an average annual medical cost increase of 7% since 2019, driven by the increased number of members with chronic conditions. The increase in medical costs resulted in a higher risk score, and therefore the plan received a downward risk adjustment impact in 2026 compared to 2025. However, despite the increased risk score, Saluti Moss remains a very competitive and sustainable plan for CalPERS and our members. Next is Kaiser Permanente, and they are the largest health plan in our portfolio, making up about half of the total basic membership. As you know, Kaiser is continuing to pursue expanding to additional zip codes in Monterey County, but has shared that they are not able to commit to expanding their coverage area by January of next year. This is driven by their continued negotiations and securing the necessary hospital contracts to do so. That said, Kaiser is committed to expanding in Monterey County and is regularly engaging to finish this important effort. We will keep you informed of their progress. Kaiser's rate increase for 2026 is 5%, with the primary driver being medical costs and secondary driver pharmacy. Their population got slightly sicker compared to last year, which is reflected in the negative risk adjustment bar. So for 2026, they are paying less into risk adjustment than they did in 2025. Sharp's preliminary 2026 premium increase is 5.5%. Medical accounts for more than 4% of the increase, and the pharmacy contributes almost 3%. The premium increase is offset by risk adjustment changes of 1 2/3 as they got slightly sicker this past year. Turning to UHC Alliance, the premium increase is mainly due to medical and pharmacy trends contributing to the 9% increase. This slide shows UHC Harmony's premiums with and without the service area expansion. Both scenarios show a double-digit premium increase from 2025. The top table shows Harmony premiums with just over a 12% increase without the four-county expansion in Northern California. The bottom table shows Harmony premiums with the expansion and about a 19% increase from 2025. The high premium increase is mainly caused by growing membership from the previous Northern California expansions. Again, as I mentioned, in particular Santa Cruz County. All of these expansions have led to higher medical costs. These contributed to about 7% of the premium increase. And attracting healthier members, which lowers their overall member health risk, has resulted in a roughly 5% increase from risk adjustment. Given the high premium increases Harmony is facing, we recommend pausing their expansion for 1 year to allow UHC time to stabilize from its rapid membership growth. Rounding out the HMO plans is Western Health Advantage. Medical, pharmacy, and risk mitigation each contributed about 2% to its premium increase, which is about 6% for next year. Now let's move on to the basic PPO plans. As I mentioned previously, the transition to one risk pool last year has positively impacted the basic PPOs. Specifically, the full transition to a single risk pool has helped moderate the 2025 PPO rate increase and slowed the decline in PPO membership. 2025's open enrollment migration came in better than expected, with the total PPO membership decreasing by only 3%, compared to the 5% reduction we projected. The overall rate increase is projected approximately 12% and aligns with our previous forecasts. In 2024, PERS Platinum experienced a higher than expected medical trend, largely driven by losing healthier members. In contrast, PERS Gold reported a more favorable medical trend. Overall, the total medical trend for the basic PPOs remains within expectations. Pharmacy costs continue to exceed projections for the second year. High pharmacy trend is driven by both increased utilization and rising unit costs, particularly in specialty and brand name drugs. In 2024, the unit cost for specialty drugs rose by over 20%, largely due to higher costs for oncology care and treatments for common chronic conditions. Currently, specialty and brand name drugs account for over 90% of the total pharmacy cost. The PPO rate projection includes a 4 and 5% premium surcharge, which is the same as last year, and that is to replenish the healthcare fund. Finally, given differences between Blue Shield's and Anthem's provider discounts, some upward adjustment has been accounted for in the numbers before you. As more claims and utilization data becomes available, we will continue to refine our numbers and will update you in July with the final projection, with the hope that these numbers could see modest improvements next month. Here are the 2026 preliminary basic premiums. As you can see, there is still variation in the price points. PERS Platinum is now the highest cost plan in our portfolio, surpassing Kaiser's out-of-state plan. The only other move is between Harmony and Sharp, with Harmony becoming more expensive by $4. Next are the Medicare plans. So before we go into individual Medicare plan slides, I'd like to discuss some of the key issues impacting them. Many of the topics this year are continuations of last year's discussion. First, we are experiencing increased utilization of medical services by Medicare members. This is something not unique to CalPERS and is impacting our Medicare supplemental premiums more than the Medicare Advantage premiums. Next are impacts from the Inflation Reduction Act. Last year, we talked about the changes the IRA has brought to CMS subsidies, and it is a similar story this year. The subsidy changes impact CalPERS plans differently, and amongst our plans, we continue to have both winners and losers. Here are some of those details. Plans that have integrated systems or have fewer members on high-cost drugs are benefiting from the changes by receiving higher subsidy payments. This is intended to reward those plans that have more effective care management when it comes to providing pharmacy benefits. Kaiser and Sharp are examples of plans that have efficient care management of their members, as well as fewer members on high-cost drugs, as they have a greater usage of generics over brand drugs. As a result, we are seeing Kaiser and Sharp benefit from these changes, and both plans have low single-digit premium increases this year. Conversely, plans that are less efficient in their management of prescription drugs or have more members on high-cost drugs are receiving lower subsidy payments. All other Medicare Advantage plans, as well as our own Medicare supplemental plans are examples here. Again, these plans are seeing high single-digit or double-digit rate increases this year. As a reminder, the timing of one of the subsidies complicates our rate-setting process. CMS will announce the change in subsidies in late July again this year, which creates a timing issue to project the 2026 costs as we finalize our premiums mid-July. To ensure that CalPERS is not hurt by this timing, we have gotten all plans to agree to reconcile any misestimations of their subsidies in their premium setting, just as we did last year. I would like to publicly thank Kaiser, Blue Shield, and UHC for their continued partnership on this important item. Another item I'd like to mention is something you are likely familiar with, which are the CMS negotiated drugs. Starting in 2026, the prices of 10 drugs in the Medicare market have been negotiated by CMS. The list price of these drugs will go down significantly from their 2025 levels, but so will the rebates received. The net cost to CalPERS and other payers is not known, but the expectation is that the net prices to CalPERS will be similar. This negotiated drug program was really intended to help Medicare beneficiaries who had high out-of-pocket costs, such as a 25% coinsurance. Unfortunately, even though it seems like this should be a cost savings to us, it's not actually expected to produce savings for plans like CalPERS. The final topic on the high increases in CMS revenue, the final topic is on high increases in CMS revenue for Medicare plans for 2026. This has been reported recently in the news. It is true that the average increase nationwide is about 9%, much higher than in recent years. However, there are a few factors working against our plans. First, the average growth rate in California is lower. And second, CMS has changed the rules around star ratings, and these changes for 2026 have generally lowered the average star ratings, therefore lowering CMS revenue. And third, risk score model revisions are are in effect for the calendar year 2026 are also applying downward pressure on CMS revenue. When we put all of this together, the increase in CMS revenue in California is not keeping pace with the increase in cost to provide benefits. CMS revenue that does not fully offset rising costs will tend to result in higher premium trends for CalPERS. Now on to the Medicare Advantage plans. Anthem's proposed preliminary premium is about a 17% increase from last year. More than half of the premium increase is due to pharmacy costs. Blue Shield's nationwide Medicare Advantage plan started with CalPERS in 2022 with roughly 600 members. In just 3 years, it has grown to roughly 9,900 members. Most of the members in this plan are those who turned 65 and newly enrolled into Medicare. CMS payments are generally lower for the new Medicare members due to the lack of previous experience. This led to the high premium increase for Blue Shield. Kaiser Senior Advantage is proposing a 4% increase. Kaiser is showing a medical increase of 24% and a decrease of 20% for pharmacy. The decrease in pharmacy, as we've been discussing, are mainly due to the increase in CMS subsidies based on the IRA changes. Kaiser's Senior Advantage Summit plan was a new plan with CalPERS in 2023. Its preliminary premium is about a 4.5% increase. Sharp is proposing about a 7% increase from last year. This product was introduced in 2021 and now has about 600 members this year compared to last year at about 400. The main cost drivers are medical at 5% and pharmacy at 1.5%. UHC's Group Medicare Advantage plan is a nationwide plan. UHC is proposing about a 9% increase from last year. Close to 5% of the premium increase is contributed by medical and 4% by pharmacy costs. Next is our Medicare supplemental plans. The overall rate increase for 2026 is projected at 13 2/3%. The key drivers for the current year's increase include an increase in the average age. So in the past few years, our population was previously 74 years of age, and now it's 75.5 years. Also, recent increased utilization in the past several years has increased about 4% when compared to previous years. The number of high-cost claimants has tripled since 2021, and this has contributed to an estimated 2% increase in unit costs. And lastly, pharmacy. Similar to the basic PPO plans, we continue to observe rising utilization and unit costs in both specialty and brand name drugs, which significantly increases the total cost of care. This slide shows the 2026 proposed preliminary premiums for the Medicare plans. And for next steps, we continue the negotiations with the plans, and we are sharing the preliminary premiums with the legislature, Department of Finance, and others as required by statute. We will present the final premiums to the board in July for their approval. This concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rob. Now we'll take questions from the committee members. No questions. I just want to thank you for another great year of contract negotiating with the carriers. I know it wasn't, every year is different, but we do have questions. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have, now we have, I'll let everybody speak first. Now, have concluding remarks. We'll start with Mr. Trustee, Mr. Rafino.
Mr. Chair, I can wait until the rest of the board.
Okay.
If they're
We'll start with President Taylor then.
So yeah, thank you, Chair Rubalcava. I just wanted to thank everybody for the work on this. I know we worked really hard. You guys worked really hard to get the costs down to the best of our ability. It's better than last year, so this is a good thing. And you made some hard decisions with the Monterey and the Access Plus, and Harmony, and staying their growth. But I think this will be better for our members in the long run. So we appreciate your hard work on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Taylor. Trustee David Miller, please.
Yeah, I would echo President Taylor's comments. I just appreciate the work of all the team. I know this is, really gritty work to be doing with. It's grueling. It can be very frustrating. And I also recognize for our members and stakeholders that seeing these increases, as good as they are in a relative sense, and knowing how much work we put in, but it's painfully expensive. And I'm just hoping that, as we do incrementally better and we get better and better at negotiating and getting under the hood with these guys, that in the future, we can be part of the solution on a larger scale, because even these kind of increases are just not sustainable in the long run for our members. It's just, especially for our retirees, and let alone, I just think about the rest of the country for folks who don't have, a pension and a health care package like our members do. It's all part of a bigger picture where these healthcare costs and pharmaceutical costs are just, I just don't see an end to that. And so that's my rant for the day. But I definitely appreciate the work of the team, and I think we're doing better and better. But it's still a real uphill battle. So I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. We'll go to Trustee Jose Luis Pacheco.
Thank you. I also want to echo the same sentiment of your hard work and so forth in putting together these premiums. Just want to go back to the Monterey County slide, page 11 of 40. You mentioned that if we replace the trio with the access, it's going to be about 3,000 folks. Are those mostly single family? I'm just wanted to.
I don't have the breakdown between single and family. The 3,000 number, actually, the 2,800 for public agency and school members. And then there's 3,400 state members. So a combined total of 6,000 members in TRIO in Monterey County.
And with going from TRIO to Access, would they still be able to have access to the same hospital network and so forth? There'll be continuity of care?
As we understand it, and this is what Blue Shield is working with the DMHC on, is just taking their current TRIO network, what is there in Monterey, and turning it into the Access Plus network. So there wouldn't be any changes to the network, with the potential to have maybe some additions to it. But as what we understand it will just be converting what is there today into the Access Plus plan.
And if there are any persons that are in like specialized services and so forth, and let's say the Access didn't have it, but TRIO had it, there'll be some provision still be able to have some continuity of care.
Yes, absolutely. But it's our understanding, and Blue Shield is working hard so that there is no reduction in the network that is there for Monterey.
There's no reduction at network. Very good then.
With one important qualifier here, which is that there is always the possibility that that the network over time could be negotiated, but any changes would essentially be the same were they to happen under TRIO or Access Plus. So I don't want to suggest that changes couldn't happen. Mm-hmm. The reason changes would happen would be related to efforts to bring down costs in Monterey County. Any changes would be any changes on the HMO side would be overseen and require approval by the Department of Managed Healthcare. So the time and distance standards that are part of California law would be in effect. The number of specialists and primary care, et cetera, all of that would be identical. We typically use a very similar lens when we're looking at potential changes to the PPO. So I'm I'm not foreshadowing any changes per se. I'm mostly just wanting to be crystal clear that they're always possible. They would be equally possible under TRIO or under Access Plus.
Well, thank you very much. As a resident that was born in Watsonville, I can attest how important that is. So thank you for your comments, and I appreciate everything you've done. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. We'll go with Trustee Pocky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to first thank you for all the work that you guys are putting into this. I do want to echo my colleagues' comments. I've been fortunate enough to travel to some other states and seeing that individuals that live in these other states have to literally drive to another state to get the care that they need tells me that there's a much bigger issue, and not just in California, but in the states as a whole, as a nation. And I hope that being CalPERS, we can utilize our voice at a much bigger platform to sort of, as a society, figure out how we can best serve everyone when it comes to health benefits and taking care of our health and things of that sort. So again, thank you for everything you do, and anything we can do to utilize our voice at a much bigger platform, please do so. Thanks.
Thank you. I will go to Delegate Frank Tofino, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there is a well-known saying that I think we all know and we have heard. Quote, "Nothing is certain except death and taxes." And that was attributed to Benjamin Franklin, by the way back in 1789. I think it might be appropriate to update that to today's standard. And he should said death, taxes, and healthcare premium increases. So, given that the premiums are projected to increase for both the employers and employees, the question is, how are equity and affordability being weighted, particularly for lower income workers and retirees on fixed income?
So both important but big topics. Equity, as you know, is one of the four pillars of healthcare. It is one of our strategic objectives and something that we take incredibly seriously. We have, I'm not going to go into all of the details of the health equity efforts that we've been making because they are numerous, but it is absolutely critical that all of our members have access to high quality, affordable health care, regardless of who they are, full stop. And that is something that we are committed to and will continue to be committed to for the long haul. So Dr. Logan periodically provides updates on the various pillars of that and the initiatives underway. We could talk for an hour about them right now. We're not going to, but just know that that commitment is there. Access is a challenge for a bunch of different reasons. One, as you rightly pointed out, is that there is a connection between cost and access. So one of the things that we know is that when costs go up for people, their access tends to get compromised. That can be because of premiums, but it is more often because of cost sharing. And so one of the things that we have endeavored to do here is to make sure that as we look to make healthcare premiums more affordable, that we do not do that by pushing costs indirectly back on to members. So there's a whole bunch of evidence out there that suggests that when you do that, people skip care that they need, and they get sicker. They conditions that are manageable or preventable are not well managed, are not prevented, and not only does that cause costs later on down the road, but it also it gets in the way of what we're trying to do here, which is keep our members healthy. So that has always been a pillar of CalPERS healthcare. It's wildly important. It's something personally that I've worked to ensure everywhere I've gone for most of my career, and it's critical to the way we think about this problem. It limits the quick fixes that a lot of other large purchasers use to bring premiums down, but it is very short-sighted. I will also add that one of the things that's really special about CalPERS is that our members, the health policy nerd term are extraordinarily sticky. What does that mean? It means that people who have CalPERS insurance tend to be on CalPERS insurance for a very, very long time. We have so many members who are born into CalPERS and die in CalPERS, not because they die prematurely, but because they have retiree health care for the duration of their life. So those bets on long-term investments in healthcare are more beneficial to CalPERS than a lot of employers in the open market who have a connection to an employee for 2 or 3 years. So those are a few of the ways we think about it. Again, it limits the short-term moves that we can make to keep premiums lower, but we believe, and evidence bears out, that those are investments that are well worth making for the long haul.
Thank you, Mr. Mold, for your eloquent response. And I think although some of us will take for granted what you said, I think it was important for all of us in the room and those who are watching, particularly, our retirees who are on fixed income, that they hear exactly what you said, that it's still CalPERS does not take this lightly, and it's on the forefront every time we have to do this every year. I want to ask you another question, and I don't necessarily looking for an answer, but I want to sort of think about it, reflect on this, on whether or not we have any specific innovations or reforms. Is CalPERS looking at, pursuing, or even exploring in the future to control healthcare cost growth beyond the annual rate negotiations that we do? So, like I said, I know you may please comment on it, but I'd like us to somehow, and I also recognize that this is not unique just to us. This is a national dilemma, the healthcare industry, and perhaps even international, So I don't expect quick fix, but we need to reflect on it. What can we do? And I think we should not leave it out to luck, so to speak.
Do you want an answer, or
please, if you have an answer, I definitely take an answer.
Again, I don't want to give you a dissertation back. We have a number of initiatives that have been underway now for some time that have shown progress, but none of which have been silver bullets. One is addressing uncompetitive areas in California. So, I've talked in the past about the fact that we pay about a 35% premium for healthcare in the north, and we pay twice for our most expensive counties than we do in our most efficient counties. None of that has to do with the quality of the medicine that our members are receiving. It is the same. If there's any relation, it is sometimes inversely related. That has everything to do with the competitive environment and lack of competitive environment in some of these high-cost areas. So when we talk about places like Monterey, like Santa Barbara, like Santa Cruz now, those high costs have to do with dysfunctional markets. We have been working to try to address some of those the anti-competitive nature of those markets. We work occasionally with the Attorney General's office to address some of that. We are looking increasingly at secondary ways of addressing that, creating incentives to move members from high-cost sites of care within a county to lower-cost sites of care that are at least clinically equivalent and often clinically superior alternatives. There's a lot of evidence suggesting, for example, that a lot of procedures, when done outside of the hospital, not only are much cheaper, but you get better outcomes. We are looking increasingly at how we're thinking about primary care and its role. We are very interested, and Dr. Logan has spoken eloquently about this. We are looking at ways of increasing both the supply of primary care, the primacy of primary care in our offerings, and using it to drive better outcomes and lower costs. I am, as you know, an ex officio member of the Healthcare Affordability Board in California, which earlier this year set health spending growth targets at ultimately 3% of total cost. There are enforcement mechanisms there, so we are hopeful that we'll see some savings there when those are fully in effect. We have added financial alignment in all of the contracts that we have negotiated over the last couple of years, and as Dr. Logan will talk about, we are hopeful that we will see them in our PBM relationship in the upcoming contract. That creates a scenario where plans are rewarded for keeping costs low and financially punished for not doing so. You would think that that would be standard issue. It is not. It is the rarity. It basically doesn't exist in the PPO market. So all of those are tools that we are using to try to keep healthcare costs down. The challenge is that the underlying trend is in the wrong direction in the country and in California, and that is going to continue to put pressure in the opposite direction. We're going to be seeing massive changes at the federal level, in my view, not for the better for healthcare. There will, in all likelihood, be significant cuts to numerous public health programs. Covered California, the enhanced subsidies for members, Medicaid, et cetera, that will all have ripple effects through the commercial market. So there's a lot going on in this space. We are doing what we can. We can always do better, and we try to do better every day. It is a big task.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Don. Am I on? Just one final comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Don, for what you just said, and I agree with you. Those initiatives, and some of them, should become maybe some talking points, and I don't take this as criticism in any shape or form, but we cannot rest. We need to talk about these initiatives. We need to talk more and repeatedly, because you and I, we in this business, we sort of know, we hear it, but the average person out there doesn't really know. And I challenge also the leadership of the various organizations who are here present in this room and who are listening, to take account of these issues and call CalPERS communication office, get the talking points, so that at your chapter meetings, at your gathering with your membership, educate them on what's going on, what CalPERS is doing. CalPERS is truly working really, really hard day after day during these negotiations. And although, my predecessor over here, they're talking about sharpening the pencils, you can only sharp so much until he breaks it. And we cannot keep that pencil going on our own. So anyhow, I just want to thank you for your effort. And I want, notwithstanding all these comments, thank you for the great negotiation skills and the great job you guys have done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done for allowing me to editorialize for a minute or two.
Thank you, Frank Rufino. Trustee Walker, please.
Thank you. I just want to say that until I became a board member, I didn't fully appreciate all the work that went into the getting the premiums, the negotiations, really setting up a plan to make sure that quality care is at the forefront of what we're doing. You know, when I first started in state service, I remembered when they used to lower premiums by increasing our copays, right? And you made a decision, we're not going to do that anymore. That's not who we are. That's not what we're going to do. But I think that you guys do an outstanding job with the cards you are dealt. But I think fundamentally in our country, we have got to come to the decision that healthcare is a right. Like, we're playing around with insurance. We're not playing around with care. Like, I think, and we tend to not have those conversations, and I think we need to. I don't think it's going to change in the next 4 years, but, you know, the groundswell should start again somewhere, because we do need to have the conversation about access to care, not insurance, and the access to care is a right. No matter where you live, no matter what your status is, healthcare should be a right for all of us. And that should be the demand that we make as citizens. Because until we do that, even with the exemplary work that you all are doing, right? You know, that is just playing around the edges. And so if we are serious about changing, you know, and really making an impact on healthcare, we will be having very different conversations and doing very different things.
Thank you, board members, for your insightful comments, and thank you, staff, for all the work you do. I wasn't going to speak much, but after Frank and Ivan talk, I think we should acknowledge that CalPERS has certain tools that most employers don't, or most plan sponsors don't. I mean, we have a big database of information because we have a 1.5 million members and beneficiaries, and that information is used to our benefit. Whenever there's an initial proposal submitted, we have like our test premium that we can compare with them, the carriers, and we ask them when they submit it to be. They have to do an actuarial attestation signed by an actuary, not an underwriter. And it's a complexity thing. We heard Don speak earlier today about the contract terminations between insurance carriers and the providers. That's a reality in this system in the United States that we have to deal with. But one thing I think I want people to understand, I think it was sort of alluded, in other states, in other locations, and plan design is very different. Access is very different. We have a very rich plan here, and we have Dr. Logan and others who are trying to improve on the outcomes. We're trying to link the primary care physician with mental health, the comorbid, I cannot pronounce that word, but whenever there's more than one disease prevalent, and we want to understand what are the disease prevalence in our members so we can attack those chronic diseases. And we try to do the value design. We want to give people an incentive to see the primary care physician, to go to be compliant with their medical instructions. And so there's many things that have been mentioned, like the financial alignments that we got last year. I mean, that's in the HMOs. Our staff has the carriers put money at risk. I've had other experiences with other plan sponsors. They don't have the, I don't say the strength or the staff manpower to get those concessions. So I know this is a challenge. I know this is a burden. The price, let's be clear, the premium is a burden on the employee and the member, on CalPERS and on the employer. And it's a real challenge, but we doing forward, and I comment and thank our professional staff. I talked too much, so we'll go into our public comment. Larry Woodson, I thought you retired. You know what I meant.
But it's good to see you.
I think I remember how to do this. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
3 minutes, sir.
So, good afternoon. Larry Woodson, California State Retirees, Chairman Rubalcaba, and board members. I thank you for the opportunity to comment. I also thank staff, the health team, and stakeholder relations for holding the special stakeholders meeting for us. Gave us the opportunity to see the preliminary rates prior to coming into this meeting. It wasn't a lot of time to digest, but I do have a few comments. First, it does seem like there's good news and bad news. Overall increases seem to be a little less. Rates are still too high. Kaiser rates are a smaller increase, but their rates are still quite high. The MA plans are too high, and those plans use capitation funding model and widespread upcoding, which we're all familiar with and has been reported. And they are a real goldmine for the insurers. Independent MedPAC estimated that MA insurers have reaped $217 billion in overpayments since 2007. And then other estimates, a little different nature, they estimate MA plans cost $80 to $120 billion more a year, are more costly than if the same services were provided by traditional Medicare. So, turning to the biggest provider, United Healthcare, they are almost double-digit increases this year at 9.03% for basic and 8.83% for Medicare Advantage. Those are too high increase. This is against the backdrop of the Fortune 500, which just came out and shows United Health Group move from number 4 to number 3 with revenues of $400.3 billion for 2024. Now, their profits shrunk a little bit, only $15.3 billion last year. That's still pretty darn high, and it's still, even with their reduction in profits, it puts them in the top 25 out of the 500. And it's trending upward. I saw the last quarter, they made $5 billion in profit, and then the first quarter of this year, $6 billion. So they're back up. Am I out of time? In conclusion, in the words of former board chair Rob Fechner, go back and sharpen your pencils to United Healthcare and a couple of other of these high rate increases, and lower your rates. They can afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Mr. Woods. Next, we have J.J. Jalentic. And to be followed by C.T. Weber.
Joseph John Jelensik Jr. From RPEA. The rates are too high. I was going to quote Rob Fechner, but I won't. But I must congratulate this board. You have gotten what you want. You want more people in high-cost plans and less people in low-cost plans. And you're succeeding. When you decided to take health characteristics out of the evaluation for risk adjustment and to look at what the insurance companies were paying out and ignoring health characteristics, you adopted a policy that says, run up the premiums and we'll subsidize you.
until you start looking at health characteristics for your risk adjustment, the risk adjustment is a farce. Thank you.
Thank you. C.T. Weber, please.
Hi, my name is C.T. Weber. Excuse me. My concern when I first signed up was the high cost of healthcare. Healthcare keeps going up. It's like a balloon that's filled with helium, and they keep filling it. And then I heard the words of Frank and Yvonne, and I was, heightened that the idea is getting out that healthcare cost is too high. And and as long as we continue to try to keep healthcare down under the current system, the real problem is that we have privatized healthcare in this country. And so therefore, the competition and the concern for profit keeps driving healthcare costs up. And they'll always ask for more than they're going to get, and they know that. My other concern, I think, is that federal money, as long as it continues to subsidize the advantage programs, that they are using that money and it's going to make the amount of money available for Advantage Healthcare that's taking extra money for their profit system, and it's going to wear down the money even faster, so that Medicare money is running out faster because of these Advantage programs. I think, and just to put a little political pitch at the end here, is that I think what we really need is a universal, comprehensive, single-payer healthcare health plan, not an insurance company, but with no co-pays, no deductibles, no payment at point of getting your service. So, yeah, healthcare cost is too high, and as long as you continue to fight to bring it down, it's good work on what you're doing, but it's you're fighting against a system that's built against that. Thank you.
Thank you. The rest of the speakers are for 6B, which is the pharmacy benefit manager, but I do have somebody on the phone. I'm not sure if that person wants to speak to the rates or to the benefit contract. So do we know the person, or can we just wait for 6D? We just wait for 6D. Okay.
Let's wait for 6D. Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna wait. So we'll, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Don. It was very good. And one thing I forgot to mention, we have taken other actions, like supporting legislation to give the Attorney General more power, authority to investigate these mergers with private equity into providers. But we were unfortunately unsuccessful there. But thank you, Rob. It's excellent work. Thank you, Don. And now we'll stay there, Rob. I think you stay there, don't you, for the next item? And Dr. Logan, on the pharmacy benefit manager contract recommendation, please.
Yeah, go for it. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Julia Logan, CalPERS team member. As you know, we are working to complete our process of making a recommendation to the board for outpatient pharmacy benefits for our PPO Basic and Medicare Supplement plan members and many of our HMO Basic and Medicare Advantage plan members starting January 1st, 2026. Today, I'll give you an overview of our strategic considerations and status updates on the contracting process, with our final recommendation to come in July. This slide highlights our current pharmacy benefit structure. Currently, our members receive medications through either the pharmacy benefit or through their medical providers under the medical benefit. Medications distributed under the pharmacy benefit are typically outpatient medications. These are primarily patient and caregiver administered. Provider-administered medications, such as infusions and some injections, are provided under the medical benefit. Our members enrolled in Blue Shield HMO plans, as well as Kaiser, receive their pharmacy benefits through their medical plans and are fully funded. They don't use Optum. Our outpatient pharmacy benefit through a self-insured arrangement with Optum Rx provides benefits to approximately 600,000 of our members, including more than 400,000 basic members, both PPO and several HMOs, and 165,000 Medicare members. This slide illustrates what you are all very well aware of, the critical importance of our pharmacy vendor from a financial perspective. It shows our total pharmacy spend over the past 4 years, as well as the total spend as a percent of premium. As you can see, it's an enormous amount of money and a very significant percentage of our overall spend. In 2023, CalPERS spent over $11.2 billion to purchase health benefits for 1.5 million active and retired members and their families. Approximately 21% of our $11.2 billion spend in 2023 was for outpatient prescription drugs alone, which represents a 2% increase from 22 to 23, and an approximate 20% increase in pharmacy spending. There are several factors contributing to the overall increases in cost, to the overall increase in spend, which we've discussed previously and Rob just mentioned, including increases in cost and use of brand and specialty medications. In 2023, 48% of CalPERS self-funded pharmacy spend was for specialty drugs, yet that specialty drugs accounted for only about 2% of total outpatient drug utilization. I also want to underscore, however, that we look at pharmacy trend in the context of CalPERS' overall goal of delivering the best possible care as cost-effectively as possible. One of the things we look at is not just what the pharmacy trend is, but how our pharmacy spend impacts our medical spend. Over the past 5 years, we have made concrete improvements in the terms of our contract with Optum, including moving to 100% pass-through of rebates and acquisition-based pricing. Our annual independently conducted market checks have also confirmed that we're getting pricing that is quite competitive with other purchasers of our size. But there are areas of the contract that we believe we can and should improve upon, including better assurances that we are indeed getting the full benefits of any rebates, improved transparency, affordability and predictability, and clinical and financial accountability. Our 3 main objectives for this contract are to foster affordability for CalPERS and our members, promote better quality care, and ensure effective and safe medication access and use by our members, and ensure full transparency of the terms and arrangements between CalPERS and a pharmacy benefits vendor. Additionally, in terms of quality and access, we would like to support and reinforce the population health goals expressed through our Quality Alignment Measure Set, or QAMs, so that a pharmacy vendor is working together with our plans and Included Health to improve quality. Just a brief overview of our process so far. We conducted a nationwide market scan of pharmacy benefit vendors in the fall of 2024 to assess the landscape of potential vendors and chose 16 entities with whom to enter discussions. These vendor discussions centered around their scope, approach, and capacity to provide pharmacy benefits for our members and included all of the big 3 pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, several mid-size and smaller PBMs, a coalition, and a health plan. Through multiple subsequent discussions with these vendors, as well as numerous data requests, regarding pricing and financials, clinical aspects like formulary and utilization management, and operational aspects like transparency and auditing and data capabilities, we successfully narrowed the list to a small group of vendors with whom to enter contract negotiations. We have been evaluating vendors along 3 dimensions. First, financially, including pricing, fees, rebates, and rebate guarantees, as well as the total cost of care guarantee that we are very interested in securing. We're also evaluating them from a clinical perspective, including formulary and the management of high-cost specialty and non-specialty drugs. Finally, we're evaluating them from an operational standpoint, including critical areas that I've mentioned, like auditing rights and transparency and flexibility, as well as transition and implementation plans. One of the main goals of the new pharmacy contract is to have it better aligned with our goals of financial sustainability and accountability, and to have the pharmacy vendor accountable for some of that financial sustainability. We have proposed an arrangement that's similar to what we achieved in our recent self-funded PPO contracts with Included and Blue Shield of California. Namely, we expect the new pharmacy vendor to be subject to a cost trend guarantee over the life of the 5-year contract that puts significant dollars at risk for controlling costs and quality. While we are still in the process of our negotiations, we're very hopeful that the ultimate contract will literally have hundreds of millions of dollars at risk over the 5 years of the contract for cost and quality. Part of those guarantees are based on the clinical quality guarantees. CalPERS has proposed quality guarantees that would have the PBM put $10 million at risk annually, $5 million for quality in our commercial plans and $5 million for quality in Medicare, and to have the measures align with 2 of those in the quality alignment measure set, controlling high blood pressure and diabetes care, both of which are measures that have concrete pharmacy interventions and allow for a pharmacy vendor to have that direct impact on clinical outcomes. In this way, the quality guarantee helps to reinforce and support the quality efforts across our medical and pharmacy contracts, and will reinforce and support collaboration in patient care across the pharmacy and medical vendors. It's also worth highlighting that these guarantees are very innovative in the pharmacy industry, and we're holding them accountable in ways that they haven't been before. Negotiations with a small group of vendors have resulted in better contract terms in alignment with CalPERS goals and priorities, including significant money at risk for cost trend and quality, as I just mentioned. The vendors have also agreed to our clinical performance guarantees to be financially accountable for clinical outcomes of our members. Also, the vendors have agreed to contractual language that give CalPERS greater protections around audit rights and other terms than we have had in the past, including improved language around formulary and utilization management customizations. We are still actively negotiating several key contractual areas, including transparency and the ability to modify the terms of the contract. Achieving agreement in each of these areas with the vendors will be key factors in our final recommendation. We are anticipating a certain level of disruption, regardless of who we contract with. So let me explain why that is. First of all, there are several different types of disruption that we should review. There's the disruption associated with having a new and different formulary that excludes different drugs and puts drugs into different tiers, which can increase or decrease copays. This is generally the type of disruption that members care about the most. There's also disruption in the pharmacy network. In other words, the pharmacies at which you get your medications filled, whether that be retail or mail order. We anticipate very little disruption in pharmacy networks. There's also the disruption that may result from drugs having a different set of criteria, like step therapy, that wasn't there in the present contract. Finally, there can be disruption associated with a new customer service interface and set of staff who are new to CalPERS benefits. All of these we know can be very frustrating and inconvenient, but some of them, like exclusions of drugs that weren't previously excluded, are much more impactful to members. Knowing this is incredibly important for our members, and we have done a careful disruption analysis and have dug into this to the drug level. For drugs that would not be covered on a new formulary, members would be switched to a covered, equally effective alternative. Most of these formulary changes are not clinically significant and include brand to generic switches. And to mitigate member disruption, we have asked vendors to develop a comprehensive transition plan that includes providing telephonic access prior to our go-live date, a dedicated customer service team, obtaining all relevant member data for active prior authorization and open refills, and targeted outreach to members on specialty medications. Additionally, under CMS rules, all Medicare members will receive their first fill of the year after the transition, regardless of whether the drug is excluded under the new formulary or not. Regardless of which vendor we ultimately contract with, we will require an implementation plan to ensure that the implementation of a new contract goes as smoothly as possible for our members. In addition to working closely with a vendor, we will also be mobilizing partners internally here at CalPERS. For instance, we will have a dedicated team here at CalPERS to manage communication to members so that members are informed every step of the way in advance of the January 1st go-live date. This internal CalPERS team will work very closely with the vendors CalPERS chooses to contract with to ensure members receive all necessary information and that the information is accurate, or work with the incumbent in the event of formulary changes under a new contract. Engagement between CalPERS and the vendor will start as soon as we announce the vendor we'll be contracting with in July. Both CalPERS and the vendor will be focused on open enrollment, which will be a critical opportunity to prepare members, and we will maximize communication strategies through our CalPERS team, the vendors team, and our employer partners. Please know that it's our number one priority to minimize the impact to members during implementation of this new contract. So let's talk about next steps. As I mentioned, we continue to negotiate several key contractual areas, including final financial terms, transparency, and the ability to modify the terms of the contract with the vendor. And as noted, reaching agreement in each of these areas with the vendors will be key factors in our final recommendation. We will bring to you our final recommendation and contract for approval at the July offsite. Implementation and any transition activities will begin immediately afterwards. Thanks for your attention, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Do we have questions or comments from the board? Mr. Kevin Ponkey. President Teresa Taylor, please.
Did you change your mind?
I yield the floor to the president.
So I always, as usual, want to thank you guys for all the hard work you did on this. I want folks to understand that we were really looking for solutions that were out of the box, including looking at mid-market folks, combining PBMs. I think we've talked about this before, but to find a really good solution to the pharmacy question, which has been a big driver of our costs. So I did want folks to know that, and what we ended up with were the two large anyway, so that we have we've done really well, and I just want to tell you how I appreciate it. But again, I think I want to also state that this is problematic moving forward, because even if whatever gets approved and we have 5 years more to go, what does that do for costs in the future, right? So we have to figure out a way, whether that's, all these other things we've thought about, and I think the governor even thought about doing some sort of drug manufacturing here in California. We've got to figure out something to control these costs. So I do appreciate the work you've done on this, though.
Thank you. And if I could just add to that, I think a lot of what we've built into this new model contract with the pharmacy benefits vendor has a lot of those protections in it. We have a cost trend guarantee, so the trend of pharmacy can't go above a certain amount, or else the pharmacy benefits vendor is accountable for that. There's the cost trend guarantee and the quality guarantee, and the ability to work with the medical, with our plans and included health is really important in terms of cost and quality over time.
Let's hope that works.
Thank you, President Taylor. Trustee David Miller, please.
Yeah, thank you.
There it is.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks very much. Again, kind of like my comments the last time, and I'm kind of also reminded of Director Walker and CT's comments that in this big picture where, and I've taken some heat in the past for saying I would like to see a world without pharmacy benefit managers someday, but in the bigger picture of the system that we're having to work with, we ended up with two of the two big gorillas. But I think, the progress we're making with even with them and with the system and with undertaking this, this grueling effort and turning over all the rocks and looking at all, we started with a large net. And we really made every effort to make sure that, we had all the possibilities that might yield kind of breakthrough improvements there. I think we're still in the realm of incremental improvements here, but until some things change in the bigger, broader marketplace and how things work, certainly in this country, I think we're doing the best we can do with a difficult situation, and I'm really impressed with the progress that we've made and the work that the team has done, and I just hope that we can continue to move the needle and eventually get to more of a breakthrough beyond just the needs of just our members, our focus, but it's a bigger problem for the country, and it's a bigger problem for people who don't have a system like ours supporting them. Everybody should have access to this. I agree that healthcare should be a right and not a privilege for people, and I think this helps move us further toward access and affordability for our members, but I hope that in the long run we have a better solution for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Jose Luis Pacheco, trustee.
Thank you, Chairman Rubalcaba, and thank you, Dr. Logan, for your comments and so forth. I always appreciate the rigor you put into understanding this material and providing us a perspective. I think the membership and the public appreciates that. So my question is regarding back to the transition and implementation. I believe you mentioned actually the pharmacy disruption. You mentioned that the member experience changed with the customer service interface with the members with respect to the final vendor selection. You also mentioned that there will be like webinars and a dedicated team. Can you elaborate on that? Is it going to be a combination between the vendor and CalPERS, or CalPERS doing most of the work, or the vendor doing most of the work? If you can give us some understanding of that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we actually have already started on our communication plan. And so it's a CalPERS-wide communication plan and approach that obviously requires not just the health team, but across the organization, stakeholder relations, the contact center, really an all-hands-on-deck approach, because we want to be able to have a joint message across the board. That being said, we can't do it alone, so we have engaged the finalist vendors on their implementation and any transition plans that would be needed. And so we've already started those conversations and made sure we build in provisions into the contract to build up that customer service capacity prior to go live and go live, and even post go live, to make sure that transition is as smooth as possible. And it doesn't just include the pharmacy vendor and us, it's also all of our health plans, included health, our PPOs, it's really everybody. And we have a very long communication plan that breaks that all down by plan and who's sort of on first for each plan within Rob's team. So it's incredibly extensive. And we've built on the learnings that we just had with the HMO transition and then the PPO transition. We learned an incredible amount and are applying those lessons learned to this contract as well.
And that's excellent. And I just want to make sure that I didn't hear you'll be also partnering with the retiree groups as well?
Yes, that is actually on the list. Also, we have a number of webinars that are set and communications that are set to go out to those various groups. Yes, and a retiree roundtable that we're planning for as well.
As well as maybe an article in the Perspective and so forth?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to get an understanding of the whole process. It appears to be a full faceted sort of approach, and I appreciate that. And again, I appreciate all the efforts you put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kevin Pockey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, without reiterating what my colleagues have said, with prescription drugs, the research that goes behind that is obviously a process in itself. There's a lot of concern about research funding lately, and I'm wondering if that is correlated with the probability of prescription drugs rising, the cost of them rising, and that is that.
Yes, so R&D, so the research and development that goes into making a drug is, I don't know exactly the number, but billions, tens, 20, 30 billion dollars just to make one drug. And they have to go through phase 1, 2, and 3 trials. And so that is incredibly costly and time consuming. So you're absolutely right that R&D cost is built into the launch price of a particular drug. And so, yes, we're all paying for that R&D. And some part of that R&D, I think we should obviously pay for. It's just sort of the debate lies in kind of that profit margin that does exist.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just recently, and it seems to me one of the things where R&D is very beneficial to us, but to what cost are we willing to have that R&D? When it comes to access facilities, is there a large amount of manufacturers overseas? And is there obviously all the conversations with manufacturers being overseas and coming to the U.S.? Is there talks out there about bringing Is there talks out there about bringing in manufacturers that are local, like California or even other states?
Yes, so federally, there's certainly talks. I know that I'm sure you're all aware about the maximum fair price that the administration is working through, but at the same time has talked about tariffs on pharmaceuticals. So there's a lot of conversation about that at the federal level. There's also conversation about that at the state level, because we have been talking to our colleagues at HCI who have and been working on CalRx and manufacturing insulin in California and the potential for other drug manufacturing in California. So certainly that conversation is happening here, and then that wider conversation at the federal level.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Thank you, Vice Chair Pocky. We will now proceed to the public comment. Catherine DeLu and Brian Lopez. Please.
Thank you. My name is Catherine DeLone. I am the HR manager with Tahoe City Public Utility District, CalPERS contracting agency in the Lake Tahoe Basin, where the CalPERS PPO plan are the only options available to us. I first want to thank the committee and the CalPERS staff for the hard work I know it takes to provide the prescription drug and network or healthcare options for the various public agencies and retirees across the state. I am here, however, today to express my concern about recent network access and prescription drug coverage issues with the Blue Shield of California PERS Gold PPO plan in both the Lake Tahoe and Reno, Nevada regions. Our district has received multiple reports from employees, retirees, and their families that hospital networks, providers, prescription drugs that had been accepted under the PERS PPO plan for the past 20 years are no longer covered under the plan as of 2025. These changes have made it increasingly difficult for our members to access the care that they need without traveling long distances or incurring significant out-of-network costs. Given our geographic location near the California-Nevada border, many of our employees rely on providers and care in both states, especially in Reno, which offers the most comprehensive healthcare services in our area. The current network limitations of the PERS Gold Plan are particularly challenging in rural and mountainous regions where provider options are already limited. I ask that the committee consider an extension of the rural designation for organizations such as ours that are covered only under the PERS PPO plans. This designation plays a vital role in supporting access to affordable and timely health care for members in geographically underserved areas. Alternatively, I ask that the committee explore allowing additional PPO plan options with wider or multi-state networks that better meet the needs of rural and border area members. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you for raising your concerns. Brian Lopez. Brian Lopez.
Good afternoon. My name is Brennan Lopez. I am the HR and Risk Manager for Truckee Sanitary District. Similar to Katie that was just up here speaking, we are in a rural area in the Sierra Nevada mountains. We are located about 20 miles from Reno and also have limited access to providers in our area. We've been very thankful that CalPERS has provided us a rural county designation for 2025 and also has continuity of care provisions in place that our employees have been able to access as needed. However, we are continuing to experience increased network limitations in our area as providers are continuing to drop Blue Shield as coverage options. We are limited on providers in the area already. We have one rural access hospital located in our Truckee area, and the closest level 1 trauma center is in Reno. So we continue to have challenges, having the potential of also losing the UC system and network, whether that be temporary or not, that also puts further detriment and burden on the membership that we have. In addition to having challenges with the health coverage and network availability that we have, only being able to access Region 1 basic PPO plans, we are experiencing similar benefit challenges with pharmacy through Optum as well. While I am pleased to hear that we are looking at a new PBM to start in January of 2026, we are also having challenges with the current coverage with Optum and formulary challenges. So I too am here to ask you on behalf of myself and a couple of other rural districts that weren't able to make it with Katie and I today to please consider offering more coverage opportunity and or extending the rural county designation into 2026 to assist in less disruption to our membership and their care in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing your concerns to the board and to staff. That concludes public comment on this item. We still have another comment. We also have some public comment on 6D, but next will be the summary of committee direction.
Mr. Chair, I did not take any committee direction.
I have one. I understand Mr. Rufino was asking about maybe some talking points outlining the rate development process. And perhaps you can always also add what cost mitigation efforts CalPERS has taken.
Happy to do that.
Thank you. Next, we have public comment, 6D. We have somebody on the phone, I believe. How many? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Michael Friedman on the line to speak to item 6D.
Yes, please continue.
Go ahead, Mr. Friedman.
Yes. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. I'd actually like to piggyback on what the last commenter was saying about the lack of coverage. I'm an analyst. I work at Napa State Hospital. I was in Pierce Platinum for 12 years, and obviously, you know, that was Anthem. You guys switched it over to Blue Shield, touting it as a great victory for, I don't know what, cost savings. Nothing will change. Your premiums will stay the same. Everything will stay the same. I'll give you the phone numbers of my coworkers when I told them at the time, somehow we're going to get screwed on the back end of this. And lo and behold, 6 months later, with no notice, I find out from my provider, from a number of my providers at UCSF, 3 of whom I'm seeing for very serious chronic conditions, that all of a sudden Blue Shield is dropping them, or they're separating from Blue Shield, whatever. I don't know anything about the technical aspects of it, but without UC in the network, like, this coverage is horrible. Like, that's the main reason to have it. That's why people pay more for it. And I don't understand, like, when you guys switched over to Blue Shield, if I knew something like this was going to happen, did you guys really have no idea that they were going to do this or something like this? Anyway, so I also have a question. Given the fact that those sharpened pencils that you guys have been talking about 45 minutes ago, which they now feel like they're kind of in my back, are you guys going to be able to provide UC coverage in any of your other plans? And I also don't want to, that's not a rhetorical question. Is there any way people like me beyond this 1 year pathetic continuum of care, which as I'm sure you guys all know, for chronic conditions, don't do much. They help for a year and that's it. And is there any contingency plan you have for people to stay in UCSF or well, that's where I go, but the UC system in general, I assume it's the whole thing that's being dropped. And also the fact that there was no notice from Blue Shield. The only way I found out was from my providers. Like, is that legal? Like, how does that work? So I'm done. So I hope I got my questions across. Like, is there anything you guys can do, or is there a different plan to move to even if I have to wait until next January to do it? Their open enrollment? I'm done.
We
I don't know.
appreciate your comments.
Okay.
We heard your questions and concerns. Staff is working on these things every day.
We're also, Mr. Chair, happy to reach out to all three of the commenters.
Thank
that
you,
we've just
please.
heard from.
Next caller, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Dolores Ridgway. Go ahead, Dolores.
Hello? Yes,
Yes,
my
please
name is
continue.
Dolores Ridgway, and I'm calling to request an extension of free credit monitoring for the data breach of CalPERS members.
Thank you for your comment. It was about credit monitoring extension. We got it. Thank you.
Yes, do you know if that will be granted, the free credit monitoring?
Everything is being taken under advisement, and I can't give you an answer at this point, but thank you for calling.
Oh, well, thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you for calling. Any more calls? One more. Please,
Yes,
next
Mr.
call.
Chair. We have Terry Battenberg.
Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Terry.
Hi, I'm Terry. I am a state of California employee, and I'm speaking about the Blue Shield UC Health issue. I live with a chronic disease. I was on the phone with my specialist, my UC Davis specialist this morning. I have a team of doctors that I have put together over 10 years to help me manage a serious chronic health condition. This potential dropping of UC Health will have a devastating impact on the way I manage my disease. It is completely not reasonable to expect people with this amount of notice to put together teams of doctors that they have worked with over a decade. So in addition to adding on to what a previous caller said, really we need some creative thinking about all the ways that the thousands of us can continue to work with our UC Health doctors, open enrollment, looking at other options. This kind of act of this scale will do harm. And I'm very concerned. I am doing everything possible with all of the continuity of care. I'm working with a case manager who just left a message on my phone as I'm making these comments. The paperwork is extensive. It's not a guarantee. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to find the same level of specialists that I have. I have the specialist for my disease that's in the Sacramento region. So this is a serious issue. This will harm people. And I urge each of you to be using your most creative problem-solving skills to help those of us who will be harmed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for expressing your concerns. We care about your health and the health of each and every one of our members and beneficiaries. That concludes our public comment. And with that, we adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.